There are decades when nothing happens, and then there are days when decades happens. Baiting some monster shorts. Those are shorts. Do they make my butt look big? Those are shorts. We're baiting shorts. Those are shorts. Just like I used to think that doing stand-up comedy sitting down was short form video, baiting people to have more short form interaction. Short, 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 short. Sextuple entendre unintended. What's a sextuple entendre? Because I used to think that puns and double entendres were rude. They're rude because it's an inside joke. They're rude because it's complex humor. I hated it when my parents would laugh at jokes and I'd say, I don't get it. And then my parents would say, in the future, when you're an adult, then you'll understand. Fuck that. I want to understand now. That's my attitude. Mushy, 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 be damned. I'm going to just be a learning machine. Can I be smarter than Tom Chang by the time I turn 12? Can we be smarter with things that we used to think? How's my sound? Is the sound better with this brand new microphone that looks like a rabbit? It actually looks like my hair. Wait a minute. Is that why I have this microphone? It is. You see, something I used to think is that inside jokes were discriminatory. Inside jokes were meant to discriminate and cut people out of the laugh track. Because an inside joke, by definition of it being an inside joke, is meant to cause some people to laugh harder and more laughter because other people will say, hey, 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 I don't understand what's going on. Ghost has chimed into the chat. Moonboy is sharing an inside joke, which I'd like to share because it's hilarious. Because today is day 18 and I am bringing to somebody a giant dildo. What dildo am I bringing? It's this. The dildo of consequences rarely comes in a butt. It rarely comes because by definition, a dildo does not orgasm into vaginas. Are we talking about day 18 content? This is funny 8 different ways. 1, because it's a repurposed joke of the dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubricated. So, chapter 3. So, chapter 8. So, CS 183 audit. You see, every one of those is a 13 sentence joke with a commensurate punchline with a laugh. But because we're limited in time, we only have 3.5 hours. Therefore, I'm going to compress the comedy like I'm compressing a hashtag, like I'm dropping hilarious jokes on day 18. Because the penis of intrusion into shorts does not arrive lubricated. Somebody turned off the buy button on day 17. That somebody, we'll call them Charles Schwab Fidelity. We'll call them that because, hey, have we heard of a buy button being turned off before, we have, that would be Vlad from Robinhood trying to engage social distortion, market distortion, social media, not understanding what Web 12 is. Larry, what's Web 12? Am I talking to the person who invented Web 12? Because I hear it's amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's why I decided to dress up. Why? Because if you want to clip this video, it's gonna cost you $85,000 per clip, under 90 minutes, under 90 seconds, $90,000. You were wondering how I make money. This is how you're gonna make money. You may sell clips to this video and keep a small percentage in commission. That small percentage is a 3-digit percentage you get to keep. Pretty good, right? Yeah, not bad. Larry, I'm so confused right now. Did you say 3 digits? I did say 3 digits. I did say 3 digits. What up, Shanghai Knights? You see, we could talk about a property on 888愚园路 or 5号38楼第一节第一号, which is not even being high. It's the confidence and the commensurate dopamine that ejects. Why? Time preference. Why? Because these things are hilarious at the 7-minute mark on 10 levels. This is level 1. Things we used to think. I used to think that shorting and baiting shorting would work pretty well. Turns out it works super well. What do I mean by baiting a short? If you've been to a YouTube video of mine before, as I quickly adjust my giggleberries and ginormous twig, we unearth a methodology to let people talk as much as they would like to talk. When that happens, that's giving them enough rope to choke. Raise your hand if you've seen me bait the shorts. Raise your hand if you've seen me let a person who's what you guys call troll, I call YouTube Live turnaround candidate, where they talk, and then, oops, they revealed who they are, and then we do a turnaround. That's baiting the shorts. They start by saying, oh my God, you're a fraud. That's, in essence, by design. Why? Because everybody who's throwing the Hail Mary of, hey, you're a fraud, is a guaranteed buyer. Why? Because just like a Miss California that says something along the lines of, you're gonna break my heart, aren't you? Or they say something along the lines of, you date a lot of women, don't you? What you're doing is you're setting yourself up to go on a roller coaster ride. You're gonna enjoy it, but you're just scared that I'm going to hurt you. Because in your experience, the dildo of consequences, it never arrives lubed. Never. Larry, as the world's most intelligent 6'7" man with an 11-inch penis, how do you ever encroach? How do you feel about AI ever encroaching, AI takeover? In one sentence, it's baiting the shorts of, it's gonna take over, but not in the way that you think will, which is you're mixing up wave 2 AI with wave 3. Wave 3 AI is at the sea level. Wave 2 AI is literally trying to boil the ocean in order to have wave 2 take over. Boiling the ocean, very difficult, because the 3 laws of thermodynamics. You might think I'm high right now, things I used to think. If I were to be watching this, I'd say, oh my God, I've met guys like that before. They're my uncle in the Chang family, and he doesn't ever drink. He's like this all the time. You see, I'm a happy kind of angry. You see, the 3 laws of thermodynamics, first of all, what are they? Heat. Heat goes from hot to cold. Heat is conserved and a little bit gets lost. That's entropy. Those are the 3 laws. Wave 2 is I need a nuclear power plant to power my data center. My name is Sam Altman, and I'm going to borrow $1.4 trillion, things I used to think. I used to think that people who dropped out of Stanford after 3 years, 2 years, or in Sam Altman's case, a year and a half, I always thought that they were screwed if they didn't take thermodynamics, mechanical engineering 205. Because somebody is going to get screwed, and not in this way that Sam Altman likes to get screwed, which is totally no judgments, which is he's going to try to spend $1.4 trillion and have Sugar Daddy, aka the government, guarantee that loan, which ties together 5 different things. Let me tie up 15 dangling points altogether. Simplest put, things I used to think. Web 2 is broken social media. The solution is Web 12. Now you can just relax, because you don't have to worry about AI being a bubble. You don't have to worry about OpenAI going bankrupt and also bankrupting the United States of America while it's going bankrupt. Because today's day 18, and who's really good at understanding bankruptcy? That would be Larry Chang, which is, I didn't want to understand all this. Now you financially benefit. That is financial advice. Things I used to think. You see, I used to think that if you dropped out of Stanford from engineering, it's really hard to self-study engineering. Me, I can self-study engineering because I'm mushy, glutton for punishment. I'm mushy. I'll memorize your book just because I like the fact that my penis of consequences gets lubed. And that's what makes that initial joke that I pinned even more funny. Cool. Happy that you get how this works. New people, welcome. Things I used to think, shorts. The buy button being turned off. I thought it was only done by Robinhood and Vlad in combination with in combination with Citadel. No, I was not showing the ass. The ass you can see from space. Baiting the shorts. Baiting the shorts. Who charges with a straight face? Who charges with a straight face? What is it? 60 bucks for shorts? Who does? Who does? That would be the basketball team with a stadium that's 90% under capacity. I think you should charge $280 for one pair of double XL shorts from Nike with the local college logo. I think at today's US dollar, I think you should charge $360 because to me, the buy button will never be turned off. GameStop, things I used to think. You see, the reason I wore a tie today is because you can't stop. You won't stop. Chang. You can't stop, won't stop. Chang stop. Robinhood. The GameStop debacle on January 23rd, 2021. So the buy button got turned off in order for the stock to not go stratospheric. Ditto yesterday and today with Genius. Who's Genius? Larry Chang? Thank you. The dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubricated. Oh, but Larry, my priest watches these. Cool, cool. Tell his cohort priest to stop funding and co-founding NAMBLA. True story, look it up. NAMBLA, priest, co-founder, solo founder, NAMBLA, National Association, Man Boy Love Association. So get your priest to stop doing that kind of shiitake. Let's go. By turning off the buy button for Genius, Roger Hamilton's company, in effect, was stopped from purchasing shares. So the reason you turn off the buy button is so that way there are fewer buyers, there are only sellers. So you can only sell shares in Genius, which is Roger Hamilton's company, which is doing a countermeasure to synthetic recursion, do your own research, which is that the dildo of consequences, it never arrives lubricated. Where the shorts were baited and then baited to short more. Is that why I brought an incredibly expensive pair of shorts to this video? It is. Because when Robinhood removed the buy button for GameStop, people got distracted. They thought, there's the end to that. Who got distracted? Sam Altman, because he said, we are shareholders at AMC GameStop in 2021 as his user profile. You see, what we're doing here is we're getting better video to video. This is day 18. And I'm not saying, hey, watch 7 more videos. And I'm definitely not saying watch 17 old videos. I'm saying that if you, I'm selecting my words carefully here. If you want to play along with what I'm doing, I welcome you to take notes about something that I used to think. You see, I used to think that the stock market was invest in something small, help the company grow. But I didn't know that Toys R Us, I didn't know how that worked, which is shorting a company into bankruptcy and never having to pay taxes. That's how a hedge fund works, where even the most fictitious sounding of hedge fund private equity stories couldn't mirror what happens in broad daylight. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a buy button getting taken away like it's RICO, criminally organized theft. And did I just recently get back from a brokerage that had a video where I was successfully able to purchase shares? Maybe. Was I also sitting in a stadium called TD Ameritrade wondering, when is this entire stock brokerage firm going to go bankrupt? Because you see, I started the hashtag that you can benefit from, which is hashtag 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK. It has since forked into 3 more things. Let's us fork again. Forks up! Forks up! I am doing this video sober. Forks up! Which is ASU's battle cry, CC, Shelby Sapp, ASU venture capital master's degree holder, Shelby Sapp, hashtag CS183D. Larry, what are you talking about? So go to Twitter and look at that hot blonde that some people might refer to as Miss California, and then ask yourself, Larry, are you going to go bankrupt dating her? Or is that relationship going to be cash flow positive? You see, I used to think that being a normal rich guy meant buying things and treating. I used to think that. And now I know that I could do that, but instead I spend $0. Think about that. I could spend $75K a year, which is what most people guess my budget is for dating, or $4,800 to be 60 grand a year, 5K a month. Why do I try to spend $0? Not try to. Why do I literally spend $0? Because the dildo of consequences arrives not lubricated. That's a problem. That's a problem. What's a solution? I've got a stack of solutions. I think you're going to be interested because I broke them up into fortune cookie sized messages. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be amazing. Oh. You don't think I'm Sun Devil enough? Somebody doesn't think that they've ever been to the Sun Devil baseball stadium, aka the Oakland Athletics facility. And thank you. You just walked into my shorts. I baited you. I baited you. I baited you. I baited you. Pumpkin also says, Joffrey the giraffe is gone. Rest in peace, Toys R Us. Oh, he isn't completely dead. There's a revival going on in Taiwan. True story. I'm conflicted. I'm very conflicted. Let's bullet point some of these fortune cookies so that way you can computer share in the shares on computer. So what we're doing, because we're doing it, this is what we're doing. Computer share. You're going to bumble your way into registering shares. Each share that you register, Genius will pay you $0.10 in Bitcoin. I'm not going to say go get pen and paper. I'm not going to say that. I am going to say I'm warming up, though. Genius. It's less than $1. And this is not I'm selling you a share of stock. This is I'm giving you 3 shares. You need to take some action. Why? Because it's a Larry Chang reverse rebate model. It's a Mark McCormack reverse rebate model. It's barely legal. And not barely legal in the way that a 22-year-old female is, because she's showing me fake ID, which I have not yet run through a government third-party data confirmation set. Older than 22, younger than 23. If you're somehow a 20-year-old 4-year graduate with a commensurate 4-year degree, the youngest you might be while representing yourself to be 23 is 21, in which case still greater than 18. Welcome to my litigious avoiding world. Would you like to buy some jizz for $275,000? I think you would. Can't sue me if you bought sperm from me in a paternity suit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sir Colette. Because remember, this IQ 488 sniffed out that you were a dude. And the notes, they do look like a girl did them. Why? Because I am my own lesbian chief of staff with a crush on myself. Does that make me gay? That makes me the alpha of the Silicon Valley gay mafia. See, what we're doing with computer share is registering a share. Why? Recursion. Why? The thesis goes for GameStop is that somebody sold more shares than are in existence. Every time you short a share of stock, it's a guaranteed contract for you to buy it in the future. That's why I'm a genius. That's why I'm this happy. That's why I like playing the game on hard mode. That's why I'm buying you only here via a text message for the number of viewers. I'm buying you 3 shares of stock under $1. Why? Because I'm feeling very generous, and because this is a marquee day, video 2, day number 18, within 3 hashtags. Hashtag 26 days of Gemini 3, comma, hashtag 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK, comma, hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. Because what we're doing here is Web 12 live action. And I do dare say, because I used to think that Harvard Business case studies were antiquated, you get 3 free shares if you're a human and if you send me a text saying, Larry, hey, you said 3 shares. What I'm making you do is not financial literacy. I'm forcing your literacy because I know that half of you are pretty much illiterate. And that's not a judgment upon you. I just understand that talking and then you saying dyslexia is a cry for Larry, I can't read, Larry, I can't write, Larry, I can't email, Larry, I can't text message. I understand these things. I understand these things. Don't you know Larry is the vagina whisperer? He knows all about the ladies. Everyone should always have pen and paper ready. So, recursion, it's where 1 bar of gold at Fort Knox got lent out 3 times. That's recursive. Do you remember I keep on talking about that textbook that Irv Grousbeck had, which is New Business Ventures and the Entrepreneur, 5th edition, and then I hold up another book that says 6th edition, and then I say chapter 17 is missing? That is things I used to think. I used to think, oh, it's a college textbook, nobody reads it, who cares if I'm buying the 5th edition or the 7th edition? But before that, I used to think, I need to buy the most updated version that was 145 bucks. Now, with the maybe 5th time or 500th time I've taken Stanford Business School class number STRAM GT 353, I'm tracking version changes between version 5, 5th edition, version 6, 6th edition. This is version 5, this is version 6. Do you see how, you don't see. Do you see how, you will see. You will see how lecture 11 connects, map this or this money will be gone. Do you see, you now see that lecture 11, collateral default rope to choke, connects to LABCS 1469, connects to Genius, connects to Genius, hashtag LABCS 1460, which is Genius. Live action business case study 1460. And if you don't register the 3 shares, you don't get them free. And you don't get 10 cents in Bitcoin. Do you see how this is so complicated that if you're not mapping this, you're never going to be able to explain it to somebody else? Because people are going to have this as a question, which is GameStop, question mark, AMC, question mark, Genius, question mark. People are going to have questions when this stock has news associated to it. This is the multi-time thing that I say over and over and over, which is you're going to need to predict the questions that people are going to ask in the future. That's why I wore a tie to this live stream, which is I can guess what people are going to ask because I know that people are going to have questions about this. You see, things I used to think that it was just luck, but what this is the massive preparation, the mushi to engineer your own serendipity. And that's the entire value of this video, which is some of you guys saw me turn around Bumble. some of you guys saw me turn around a garbage dump, a trash can. Some of you know the theory behind turning around a dog park, where you go pick up shit in the dog park and then you make it better. This is the practice of turning around an MIT alum's shit company that is worth $65 million. Kids, YouTube Live audience. I see boats that cost more than $65 million. Roger Hamilton's entire company only costs $65 million. Like, some people have that much money on their person. No exaggeration. Some people have that much money on their person. That's his entire company. Now, what can we do with no money? What can we do with no money? What can we do with no money? This is what we can do. 50th time I've said this, which is slap a stuffed animal on it and let's make it slay. You see, we don't need money to make money. We just need 2 to 5 Larry Chang videos and 2 or 3 stuffed animals. Bumble is LABCS 1469. Uber is LABCS 3366. Are you going to be running an external API into Genius? Yes, because only losers would say, Larry, I've got $225,000 cash. How much should I allocate towards Genius? I'm giving you 3 shares. Fuck yourself in the face. Let's HTG, HFA, OTR. Right underneath, reverse sugar daddy. What is HTG? What is HTG, HFA, OTR? What is HTMMWYMM? It's this. On day 18, our goal is to try to get 30 shares free on top of the 3 free shares. Now, I know I sound like a stock pumper and dumper, but remember, the dildo of consequences never arrives if we never risk our own money. I don't think anyone's ever said anything more genius than that. Because this is how you're going to buy 30 shares. This is what I did with Bitcoin, but you know what? Maybe you think I'm a fraud. Maybe you do. This is me showing you something amazing, and that is this. This is the hashtag that you're going to use. It's called how to make money while you make money. 30 shares. 30 shares. You're trying to go from today, day 18, to 30 shares on day 300 of hashtag 26 days of Gemini 3. You did join at the best time. And also, F yourself in the face for not knowing where the body of the email is. But you know what? No judgments. No judgments. 0 to 30. Oh my God, 0 to 30. Should we go 600K shares? You know what? I kind of want to go 0 to 600K shares, because if you can just get to 800, yeah, you know what? We'll just go 0 to 30. I hate you. I love you. Okay. Quote, how to make money while you make money. You're fucking welcome. Who's not saying thank you? So this is what we're going to do. You think you're getting ready to take 30 pages of notes. I can feel it. I can feel you are. This is what we're going to do. We're going to sell 1 copy of Jim Kwik's book, and with that profit, we're going to buy 30 shares of genius. Period. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Do you have any questions? Too slow, too slow. Enjoy your 24-hour timeout. Too slow. Larry, did you seriously just put a moderator in timeout? Oh yeah. Too slow. I'm dropping genius comments, genius content. Is your brain in the on position? It doesn't even need to be fully on. It just needs to be barely on. Let me walk you through it. Let me walk you through it. You shouldn't get demoralized. Let me walk you through it. It'll take me 2 sentences. It's called 2 books, 1 guy. When people ask you about the book, go right to pay me $800 so I can buy 30 shares of Genius. Pay me $800. Done. 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 Do you see how if you would have done something to get you off of 0, you'd be well on your way to 600K. But you're not off of 0 and you're kind of stuck. And that's where you're stuck at. Does that make sense? It makes sense to me. Does that make sense to you? Because the whole problem here is even with DD, Duck D's having genius comments, see, it's because you're in your own head. You don't have to do shit, but I'll read what you said. So I have to sell copies of Jim Quick's book or just read it, interpret it in my own way, then sell that interpretation to others. Yeah, no, 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 no. What you said, you're trying to undo my genius thing, which is, this is so simple. The reason the book's worth $800 is because you can't read. That's chapter 4. Is when you ask questions, they're not page 62 compliant, which is your questions aren't the answers. Your questions are screaming, my brain is broken, because you're screaming it in how you said it. Where if you knew what you're doing, because you already half did it, you'd say, thank you, Larry. I got one person to join Limitless Book Club for $800. That's it. Because that's not on your map, because the wall called your treasure map in your house, it looks like a minority person lives with you because you have scarcity mindset and you refuse to change your wall. You refuse to write it down. You write so many comments here because Limitless, all you're doing by showing up with 2 books, 1 Duck D's, is you go on LinkedIn with the username Duck D's, where what is your real name? Do you have an email address? Do you have a text message account? Will you sign up one person for an $800 book club? maybe you've never made, not maybe, you've definitively never made $800 reading even a college textbook because you didn't go to engineering school and you didn't get an engineering job that relied upon the 3 laws of thermodynamics. And now you're a money virgin while being a book virgin, while completely being incredulous at the fact that there's a $20 book available that my friend Mark Benioff's friend and my friend Tony Robbins would sell you a $4,000 workshop just to read to you 50 pages out of the book, Unlimited Power. Because that's what a workshop is. That's what a Joe Dispenza $9,000 workshop is 9 days and Joe reads to you 80 pages of his 1,400 pages. So you can't mentally grasp the personal manipulation of keep reading this book until you make $800. Keep reading this book until you make $800. Keep reading this book until you make $275,000. This is the problem of being a book virgin, is that you're at 0.0 book and you don't think you can sell 3 pages for $800, where I keep on hammering that same concept, which is sell the book for $800, buy 30 shares of Genius, register at ComputerShare. You're running protocol, how to make money while you make money. I'm really glad I wore a tie today. I'm really glad. Your brain in a pretzel is causing me to choke up because I know exactly where you're at and you're not clicking off of 0. I mean, good job for saying thank you. Oh wait, you haven't said thank you lately. You said thank you before. What would you like for me to say again within the thought framework of things that I used to think? What do you want me to say again? Two books, one you. When you go to a bookstore, when you go to the coffee shop, you're turning the coffee shop into, in essence, a bookshop, because you're waiting for people to ask the question of, hey, did you write that book? Or, hey, is that where they got the movie Limitless from? I would rather just take a pill and become limitless. When people cold open you like that, then you are going to be able to answer questions that lead to them benefiting at $800 or more. Do you like how we answered a lot of things that were up in the air? You see, what was up in the air was, hey, why are you calling this video series hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK? Yesterday, the buy button at Fidelity and Charles Schwab were turned off. When you turn off the buy button, you're signaling that financial engineering is occurring inside of Charles Schwab, occurring inside of Fidelity. Why? You're trying to hammer down the price. If the price goes up, your bank goes towards bankruptcy. This is ducking BK. I'm smelling a bankruptcy. This is 26 days of Gemini 3. This is also hashtag 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK because of Michael Burry, the Big Short, day number 5, aka November 5, which we learned two-pronged piece of news, which is Michael Burry shorting NVIDIA and Palantir, leading to today Peter Thiel dumping his entire NVIDIA position. NVIDIA is Jensen Huang's company, Jensen Huang, Oregon State University, Jensen Huang, Stanford Engineering, Huang Engineering Building is the Jensen Huang building with the NVIDIA auditorium within a building that is eponymous to his namesake, the Huang Engineering Building. We are having a good time doing day number 18. Why? Because we're recreating the VP of sales for Satoshi Nakamoto maneuver by doing what? By running a hashtag external API to Genius. How? You see, Genius has a bunch of classes and Ikigaiga, which is this four-pronged effort that was complicated. I just screenshot the diagram and then slapped a hashtag on it saying, oh, I'll get back to that, which is hashtag LABCS 1460. If you would like to join turn-by-turn instructions, we are doing so using a treasure map. Is this Web 2? Nope, it's Web 12. Why won't you do step 1 within Web 12? Because a lot of people refuse to do step 1. Larry, this feels amazing, but I'm a little worried. What are you worried about? I'm worried that you're going to be the dildo of consequences and it's not going to be lubed. Here's the dildo. This is me lubricating, not a dildo, but me lubricating a fortune cookie sized message that will land in your page of notes lubricated. Hat tip, Max Levchin, Kara Swisher, vaginal mucus. Here's a fortune cookie sized message that's genius, which is you don't need to risk money in a workshop. You're just trying to recruit one person who not also knows how to read. You're trying to find a person who's can read. And if you can't read, that's okay. Just try to read as an audiobook. And I'm not going to say that the first person to say audiobook loses, because while the person's reading the audiobook because you can't read, you're going to lock in. And so when the audiobook reader is reading, you're going to read also, because maybe English isn't your first language, or maybe English is your only language, and then you ended up going to University of California, San Diego, where you can't do math at the 5th grade level and you can't read at the 7th grade level. These are solutions, which is you get the audiobook from the library and then you borrow a book from me called Limitless, and now you're learning how to read. But initially, to get this whole process jump started, you're cheat coding 3 pages from a 344 page plus book, particularly paying attention to 3 pages that I'll even just give you right now. 62, 62, 64, 67, turbo hike. Oh, thanks for hiking me the book. Let's look at page 62. Questions are the answer. Oh, interesting. See, when you ask better questions, you get better answers. Page 62. When other people, you gotta text me, bro. You gotta text me, and it's okay that you're Pakistani and that 2 of your first cousins married. I mean, no judgments, okay? It doesn't matter if you've got a birth defect. It doesn't matter if you're a Pakistani with 2 cousins that got married. Like, no judgments here. It's okay if your IQ's below 90. Mine's 88. Let's try to cover page 64. Page 64. The one real object of education is to leave a person in the condition of continually asking empowered questions. Let me repurpose that quote from Bishop Mandel Creighton. Oh, Creighton, Omaha? Maybe. The one real object of YouTube Live is to leave a person in the condition of continually asking empowering questions. That's 64. 67, you're welcome. He who asks questions cannot avoid the answers. All we're trying to do is we're trying to play with house money, getting 30 shares of Genius, $GNS. We're not risking money to make money. We're not doing anything that's risk worthy. We're just needing to potentially bruise our ego and get off of zero. Semi-muted. I'm reading. Unmuting.
Close enough. Good morning. Hail Marys. Carlos Coelho, Larry Chang. Hail Marys on day 18 of the 26 days of OpenAI. Let me start over. Not all the way. Hashtag 26 days. You too. Join. Put it in the chat. Hit the like button. Subscribe to your future self via day 18, which is hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking bankruptcy. So we changed for middle six figures. You see, OpenAI itself is actually gonna go bankrupt or ask for a Hail Mary, which is asking the government to be sugar daddy. True story, the CFO of OpenAI, after day 5 of 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK, the CFO asked the government, hey, government, will you be my sugar daddy in case I don't pay back my loan? You can't make it up. I have been taking notes. Today's day is called Hail Marys in default. While OpenAI openly Hail Married the government to be the sugar daddy. Sugar daddy is causing you to go bankrupt. That's day number 15, Saturday. Today is Tuesday, day 18, default Hail Marys. See, what happens when the economy is wonky is we get specific. And while it doesn't seem incredibly significant that you're saying 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, good job. Oh, no. You're using a hashtag wrong. So this is also Hail Mary hashtag, where you're not going to use a hashtag incorrectly 50% of the time. We're 100% true while sometimes being funny. We're 100% accurate with our hashtags while 70 to 95% of the time profitable. And that's the structure of day 18. Are you mentally just always trying to throw a Hail Mary? Are you mentally checked out because we all hate when government decides to be sugar daddy to chosen companies? That's centralized. That's government is my sugar daddy. That's my sugar daddy is causing the country to go bankrupt. Hopeless. When people feel hopeless because the game is difficult, they start to bet on sports more. That's not a good thing. Gabby P says, what's up? What's up is we're hanging out on Tuesday. That's what's up. We're talking about Hail Marys. What do people do when they're feeling hopeless? Hopeless people that are also hapless, they buy lottery tickets. Why? Because it's a mental escape. It's a vacation. Kind of like this video. It's super fun. It's super funny. It's the opposite of hopeless. It's the apotaco of hopeless. And I call it day 18 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. You might say, hey, tomorrow there's no school. What you also could say is, we're in school right now. We're in school right now. we're in school right now. After your 2-minute timeout, come back better because hopeless. So I FAFO'd. See, you don't have to feel hopeless and just say random stuff. FAFO. Fuck around and find out. Hopeless. I'm going to YOLO. You only live once. When you say YOLO, you're saying it incorrectly because people say it like this. Oh, GameStop. I'm going to YOLO my way in. AMC. Cool. I'm going to YOLO all my chips to the middle of the table. Genius. Roger Hamilton's company. I'm going to YOLO in. By saying YOLO, you're throwing a Hail Mary. You're throwing a Hail Mary, and that's not necessarily good because you're going from having default, not a lot of hope, and then forcing a future default because who buys lottery tickets? That's YOLO your way into a lottery ticket. That's YOLO explained. So we can also be in default by being too macro, by asking ourselves, hey, are AI stocks overvalued? Or we can get away from macro and get both macro and micro because I'm going to say this answer to your question for the 713th time, but maybe to you, Dwight, you've only heard it 70 times, which is hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. Because I already predicted the questions that are going to be asked. That's how you are also going to make money. You're going to predict what questions are to be asked because people all ask the same questions. Are AI stocks overvalued? The answer to that would be day 5, hashtag 23 days of OpenAI ducking BK. Hey, Larry, are those 2 different hashtags? Well, refer to your map. Well, refer to your teacher's guide, all the answers to this video. Because instead of throwing Hail Marys, look at my videos as a teacher's guide. What's a teacher's guide? You see, there's a textbook. And there's a teacher's guide. You see, if you don't have a teacher's guide, you didn't see it, do it, teach it. Teacher's guide. In school, they just hand the substitute teacher the teacher's guide. The substitute teacher fails to read the textbook, and then the substitute teacher reads the teacher's guide. For example, lecture 18, day 18, November 18, Tuesday, November 18, day 18, hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. This is the teacher's guide. Where's the textbook? The textbook exists in the real world, which is, why is everything so fucked up? Oh, I've got answers to that. You just asked another question that was a cliche question. This is all the value of all 26 days in one sentence. Predict people's questions, make money. Predict retarded people's questions and help retarded people. Predict, which is what Dwight did, ask a rich person question, predict very rich people like Dwight On's question, and make a lot of money. Because what we're doing is we're predicting questions right out of page 62, page 64, page 67. You see, questions are the answers. And instead of saying, Hail Mary, we should be saying, Hail Larry's YouTube channel. Because I'm spelling out for you hopelessness turned into money, relentlessness, hopelessness, mitigating haplessness. I'm hopeless, Larry, so that's why I self-medicate.
Neil, you're mixing up the NNAV with the potential naked short selling while mixing it up with you're just trying to do 800 bucks in revenue from a $0 investment and then getting 30 shares of GNS. So pretend like you've never bought or sold a security before. All you're doing is trying to get 30 shares house money. Step 1, 2 books, 1 you. So you bring 2 books to a steakhouse, you bring 2 books to the Ritz-Carlton South Miami hotel, and then people say, "Oh, that book is genius. That book's genius." And then you say, "Cool. Join my book club. It's 800 bucks." And then they'll be like, "Done." Or they'll be like, 800 bucks? That's way too expensive. I'm in for 200 bucks because they'll pay you 800 bucks if you can squeeze $50,000 because chapter 4 they can't read, chapter 14 they can't speed read, chapter 13 memorization, which we have a new word for. It's called mushi. So once they chapter 13, you become amazing because you taught them how to mushi. Mushi, mushi, mushi. Point number 2, day 17. Hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK.
I'm hopeless, Larry. That's why I masturbate 6 times a day. Did you see my boob selfies? I masturbate 6 times a day.
This video is hilarious.
That's amazing. Hail Mary! Hail Larry! Oh my God, you made the same joke I made. You made the same joke. Now what's going to bake your noodle is, did I read your joke and say it, or did I let Mike Bada Bada talk shit? Because page 132, page 127, you see, that's trying to out alpha an alpha male doing cliche beta male things, which is Hail Larry, full of shit, prayer hands, because what you're doing there is you're being a cliche beta male with value getting shoved into your ear hole. You then say, not thank you, which you should say, but then you think, oh, I'm not going to say thank you. I'm going to pretend that what he said wasn't genius. What did I say that was genius? This is what I said. Once you realize questions are the answer, once you know that questions are the answer, once you realize that questions are the answer, you now have hope. Once you realize that the better the questions that you ask, the better your life becomes. That's page 62, Limitless. That's page 64, Limitless. Carlos Coelho, good job moderating your own brain. Do you guys like how I turned Mike Bada Buddha into a moderator? Why? Because I'm going to promote energy. This is the teacher's guide. Old teachers would say, bad mic, bad mic, bad beta male mic, bad mic, bad student, too much testosterone. But you had the audacity, the confidence, and the energy to say, Hail Larry, full of shit, when you heard the most valuable thing you've ever heard in any YouTube. Normally, you'd be put in timeout because I want you to reset your brain. But instead, I'm going to promote you. Why? Because YOLO, you only Larry one video. YOLO, you only YOLO Larry one video. Yeah, Mike, you can moderate your brain. You see, you treated me shitty and you thought that you were going to get a dopamine response. You got a dopamine response if you don't make 800K with 8 videos. You're a retard. Let me repeat that. If in the next 7 videos, this is video 1, if you don't make $800,000, you didn't put pen to paper. This video just started for you. The reason this video is valuable is because page 62, questions are the answer. I know you can't read 1.0 book because you can't listen to watch one Larry Chang video. This is entertaining as fuck. This is entirely the most valuable video you've ever come across. This video is structured so that way you don't have to watch another video. You don't have to enter a secret paywall, jump over by paying $62,000. No, the only wall that's required is for you to FAFO, which is QAQO, question around and question out, fart around and finance out. Are these hilarious jokes? So stop trying to throw your own money away. You're number one. LOL, you're number one. So when you say Beanie Babies, I was trying to out alpha male Ty Warner. I had to be homeless at New York Fashion Week. You said Beanie Babies. This is Beanie Babies. So we're at New York Fashion Week. The entire hotel on the island, that's Manhattan, it's an island. The entire island is sold out of hotel rooms because it's New York Fashion Week. So, using my methodology of not having to fuck around and not having to find out, because we're about to make magic happen. We go to a hotel that's incredibly expensive. Why? They always have hotel rooms. Why? They sell 100% of their hotel rooms. They don't sell 130% of your hotel rooms. I ask, hey, can I waitlist myself for a hotel room? They're like, we actually have one available. I'm like, cool. They're like, it's a little bit larger than what you think you'd expect. I'm like, oh, what do you mean? They tell me, our hotel that's available, it's the Ty Warner Suite. The Ty Warner Suite? What? Why do you call it the Beanie Baby Suite? That's how I found out who the alpha male was. Yeah, kind of got a little scared, didn't ya? So, instead of throwing Hail Marys by trying to drag down a alpha male, we're instead going to alpha and ape into money, which is, look, Mike, if you don't make $800,000 with that obviously large amount of testosterone while receding hairline, because that's why you're angry. You're angry because, hey, I made Larry take off his hat. He has amazing hair. Now I'm angry. I'm angry. I'm wearing a hat right now and I'm angry. That's you throwing Hail Marys, such as, go get your fucking Beanie Babies. So you might think that Ty Warner isn't an amazing entrepreneur. I'm here to tell you, you should try to get 73 bank accounts. Why 73? Because the FDIC only insures 250K. That's why. Which is the reverse psychology, which is asking Dwight's question, Hail Mary, only macro. Because when Dwight, you asked a reverse psychology question by asking only macro questions. Why? Because I'm handing out $800 bills. You're not picking it up. Hail Mary, macro. Solution, micro. Hail Mary, it's going to be quantum. The reason quantum is hilarious is look at how many people here in the chat are trying to quantum leap as if they're quantum physicists, where from a quantum perspective, 4 years of college is a lifetime away. That's why quantum. If there's ever a group of people to not think quantum, that would be people that are 6 years short, Mike, of a 4-year degree. How close to home does that hit? No worries, you're back to being moderator. No worries, you're back to being moderator. If you're 5 years away from a 4-year engineering degree, stop trying to think quantum, because you are the opposite of quantum. That's what I was. I was the opposite of quantum. Later, I quantum leaped, but that was only a magic trick, becoming the number one VC. Quantum is a lie, because my quantum leap in venture capital, that was due to page 67. It was due to page 67. Why? I predicted that people would have this as a question, which is, who's going to teach CS183D? You see, all of AI, it's just predicting what you're going to ask and then spooling it up before you ask it. That's basically what AI is. You think it's going to go search for, hey, what's Miami Art Basel? What's Larry Chang's role in it? How did he help somebody on day 13 for CS183 Art Basel? CS, computer science, 183, art, like arts and crafts, Basel, B as in boy, ASEL. Hashtag CS183 Art Basel. You see, AI's already got these answers for you. So I was AI before the AI founder asked an Asian intelligence question, which is, who at Stanford is going to teach CS183D? That would be distribution. Good morning, Jake Taylor. We're talking about default Hail Marys, predicting Dwight's question for, hey, is AI a bubble? Cool. Pay me $800. Not you. You're going to tell people, hey, I used to have that question too. Pay me $800. And then we just come up with day 15. We come up with 3 days in a row to answer, hey, is AI a bubble? Cool. November 15, February 5, May 1, May 2, May 3. You see, those 3 dates signify something significant, which is when people are trying to make a Hail Mary leap using quantum copium, they think maybe tomorrow I'll magically pull my nose out of my ass. No, your head will still be up your ass, except if you YOLO'd, which is you only Larry one video. YOLO. This is the YOLO. This is the most genius thing you'll ever hear anywhere, which is the journey of yourself to the lowest financial goal ever, which is 800K or 800 bucks. It's not a journey of 1,000 steps, because it fucking is. It's also 1,000 steps within the construct of 3 specific days. You see, Confucius was the smartest human on the planet. That's why it would always be Confucius say, Larry Chang smart. Confucius say, Larry Chang is better at sports than you, but just because that's true doesn't make his physics prowess less powerful. Confucius say, put your panties on the ground. Confucius say, funny jokes. Because the journey to your first financial goal of $800, it isn't 1,000 steps away. It should have taken place at the end of one video the first time you watched a video. But you see, the way that your brain is wired is you can't read, you're a book virgin. The way your brain is wired is, Larry, I watch YouTube videos. I'm a virgin. I've never done a business deal. I lie about my sexuality. I'm a liar. So instead of me browbeating you, throwing homo Hail Marys towards me, trying to get me to be gay so that way I can be your sugar daddy, know that, one, you can just admit this incredibly powerful truth, which is, Larry, YOLO. I'm 19 years away from a 4-year Stanford engineering degree in industrial engineering that they had to rebrand to be management science and engineering. Just say that. Once you say it with me. Larry, I'm a retard. Help me help myself. Help me no longer think that, oh, I'm genius. Oh, I'm valuable. Oh, I'm a powerful woman. This is why I'm the vagina whisperer. This is why I'm the vagina whisperer. This is why I'm the vagina whisperer, is I get women to say that because they already were thinking it, because I look like sugar daddy, okay, incarnate. Now I have to unplug her from her triumvirate, quadrumvirate, pentumvirate, which is her 3 best friends, her 5 best friends, her octovirate, which is her 8 best friends. Are we making up words like we did yesterday? Yeah, because this is what I then get hot girl to do, which is mushy, mushy, mushy. We showing off day 17's point number 2. Day 17, point number 2, turbo hike. What is mushy, mushy, mushy? Oh my God, Larry, did you just explain to me quarterbacking? You see, we are the quarterbacks of 11 to 20 things, currently one shitty thing. What are we quarterbacking? We're quarterbacking our bank accounts. Right now, you don't have 3 bank accounts. You have 1.5. That one that you have, they're thinking about canceling you because you're dropping below the minimum balance required to possess an account. Once you admit that, then you can put this on your treasure map, which is, Larry told me to YOLO into 3 bank accounts. Why? Because if you have 6 $600,000, you put it all in one bank account where some code, if you were in and create it, $300 at a time because that's what your ATM limit is, you are still retarded, but at least now you're rich and retarded. 600K, you want to put it into 3 accounts, so that way bank collapses, macro, you will be protected because the bank protects the first $250,000. Is this video the most valuable video you've ever watched? Because you're throwing a Hail Mary hoping that it's quantum. You're throwing a Hail Mary thought that's not good. Think this way, which is micro. And before you joke about micro penises, know that I reverse engineered that too. Micro being microeconomic, in case you're too shy to ask questions. Macro as in macroeconomic, if you're too shy to ask questions, that's also a problem. Is if you didn't know if I was talking about microeconomic, your bank account, because you got worried, your butt hymen just tightened like your sphincter and your pelvis. Core muscles. You're going, rump roll. Larry just said $800,000. I'd be happily willing to pay $10,000, but I don't have $10,000. Literally, your butt puckered because you wanted to pay $10,000 for $800,000. That's why your butt puckered. Your butt's gonna pucker even more because I'm reading your thoughts. Because 1, why are you watching without light? 2, this is a $0 video. Fuck you for thinking I was gonna charge you. And because I'm between your ears right now, you're not even saying thank you. That's gonna spook and cause your brain to paralyze. But I don't care. I do care. Just say thank you. Oh, what a good question. What a good question. It's the expanded one, but you don't own either book. It doesn't matter. But that is a good question, actually. That is a good question. Jake Taylor chiming in. Carlos Coelho, that was a good question. Jake Taylor chiming in saying, LOL. Who's watching actively this much without liking? I don't get it. I don't get it. On Wednesdays and Mondays, I drop new episodes. I'm thinking about retiring and going off into the sunset. Yeah, we can make jokes about that, but that's quantum, where you're throwing a Hail Mary, hoping for, you're hoping. You're quantum coping. Oh, quantum copium? That would be day 1, point 1. Restart, quarterback hike, which is point 1, quantum copium, day 17, hashtag 26 days of OpenAI, hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, day 17, quantum copium, hut, triple hike. See, what we're doing is we're not demoralizing Hail Mary people. We're throwing homo Hail Marys. We're not Hail Marying, hey, perfectly on point to the script, a hero is going to come save me. I'm not your hero. I do not plan on saving you. I don't know if I would walk across the street to throw you a dinghy walking across the strait. There's this pathway of water by the British Virgin Islands. I would not throw you a dinghy off my mega yacht to save you. That's the corollary to I would not walk across the street to pee on you if you were on fire. That's gross. Why are you even on fire? If you're on fire, I'm running the other direction. I told you not to fire. Oh yeah. You don't want to own any depreciating assets. This is a metaphor for British Virgin Islands. If you're drowning, I would not throw a dinghy from the yacht that I was standing on. Why? Why would I ever own a depreciating asset? Thank you for doing page 127 and page 132. Default Hail Mary, which is page 127, page 132. Because what you're doing is you're not realizing that this is day 18, hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking bankruptcy. By saying what you say, it's, there you go. There you go. This is your second video. This is your second video today. This is your second video. This is your second video. This is amazing. This is amazing. And also, thank you for telling me that you're from a third world country. My socks are made in America. My socks are made in America. This is how athletes wear clothes, is they take clothes that are direct from the manufacturer, wear them, they get dirty, and then we throw them out. Good job moderating your own thoughts. You don't have a mega yacht named Little Emperor 5. Why did I name them in inverse order? Why? Because it's hilarious. I don't want a bigger boat. I realized this story. The happiest day of your life come in twos. One, buying your mega yacht. The second happiest day of your life, which is the happiest day of your life, is when you sell your yacht. U.S. socks are also dirty without washing. Oh, okay. So right out of, hey, professional athletes, you should wash your new clothes before wearing them. So thank you for chiming in from Venezuela, Cuba, or some third world shithole like the Dominican Republic. And thank you for playing such good soccer, football, soccer, baseball, and sometimes basketball. So thank you. Instead of throwing Hail Marys where we get away from our agenda, which is day 18, hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking bankruptcy, realize we're going to take that risk of wearing fresh socks from Under Armour just like a dress. So when you buy a dress from Neiman Marcus, do you dry clean it before you wear it, or do you just wear it directly? You see, you're not going to be able to convince rich people as a poor person by dragging. Your socioeconomic language is called dragging, where you're trying to do, you're not trying to do, you're actively doing page 127, page 132, where you're mentoring me about chemicals as a person who is 8 years away from a 4-year chemical engineering background, which I have. Let me repeat that because that's page 127, page 132. The reason I know that you're poor, absolutely, this is why. Because if you were rich, you'd be like, wow, this video is going to help you get richer. You see, by you even asking that, if you were rich, you would say, Larry, this video is amazing. You wouldn't be doing page 127, page 132ing. Because if you were rich, which you are not, and you will be, say, thank you for me making you a moderator. Now you're demoted. If you were rich, you would say, page 132 of what book? And then you also didn't deny the chemical engineering insight, ditto the risk mitigation. You're welcome for your dopamine hit. Let's move on. Hail Mary, a sugar daddy will save you. Hail Mary, Larry Chang's content will save me. You see, if you were rich, you would think, how is Larry going to help me preserve my $32 million because I kept on making money after 800K? Rich people are constantly asking another rich person how they're protecting money. You don't think that owning a yacht is even possible. This is your second video, and you saw the genius in the socks. The socks maneuver, it's incredibly genius. Yet, instead of saying, Larry, you've got game, you instead wired it to be somehow a negative. So this is against the 3 laws of thermodynamics, because once you wire the good to the bad, you are trying to justify why you're poor. You see, your things are inverted. Not commenting about your sexuality. You be you. You do you. What you're doing is you're wiring up to down, down to up. You're primarily mentored by, it feels like, a woman. Not multiple women, just a woman. You could argue those things. You could argue those things. But where is the male figure? Ever, which is when you said, oh, but Larry, don't you realize that a $32 million watch is going to be my next purchase? You're quantum leaping into the juxtaposition of money out equals money in, because I haven't heard anything about you wanting more money in. You're not rich. You see, if you were rich and becoming poor, you'd say, Larry, what would you invest in? Because that's how rich people get poor, is they do investments. For rich people getting richer, becoming Larry Chang's friend, or I'm becoming your best friend, where I don't even know your name, would be, hey, it feels like you can make money without investing money, Larry. Is that true? Then you're a rich person wanting to make money without any money out. You haven't even mentioned investment. Therefore, you are the financial status that I read before. You see, you've said 30 to 35 things. 0 involve trying to multiply your money. Now, granted, multiplying your money is actually an incorrect frame of mind. Let me repeat that. This video just became the most amazing video ever, because You're quantum leaping. You're quantum leaping. There you go. Exactly. You're not richer than a person that owes $2 billion, because that person who owes $2 billion, they're richer than you. This is anti-gravity. Now you understand the 3 laws of thermodynamics, because your brain's in a puddle. Exactly. Perfectly on cue, you're back to being moderator. Perfectly on cue, you're back to being moderator. You speak in riddles. I don't know why I talked to you about investments. That's perfect. That's perfect. That is perfect. You surrendering, that's the surrender. Once your brain surrenders, you get to moderate. You see, your 32 unit watch, you're mixing up rich people money out, rich people money in, which is why this video is micro, which is why I dominate my entire economic region with an IQ of 88. It makes Ivy League people depressed when I show up. Because one, I show up super athletic, 6'5", wearing brand new athletic clothes that I did not wash because I'm not a third world inhabitant. I live in Silicon Valley. I run shit with an 88 for an IQ. You're doing quantum copium. Day 17. Today is day 18. Hail Marys. You've thrown 60 Hail Marys. What's a Hail Mary? See, you don't play professional football. You don't realize how professional football works. You think football is kicking a ball. We're talking about billionaire football. We're talking about Hail Marys. You see, a Hail Mary is how poor people try to score a touchdown. They try to throw it as far as they can, in your case, 12 yards. So they try to throw a football 12 yards, hoping to make a touchdown, not just for 6 points, not just for 7 points, which is you again doing page 132, page 127, where you're not hearing the genius things. Thank you for helping me make this video the most amazing, because every time you talk, you're trying to out alpha an alpha male doing typical playbook plays of a beta male, rational male, page 127, the rational male, page 132. And this is not me running circles around you with a 480 for an IQ. It is. But it's also me running circles around you using point number 2 from a video you watched yesterday, which is bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. You see, you're
what we're doing is day 18, and we're parlaying this book into the first time that you've ever benefited from a video. So we're basically trying to watch one video and then take the smallest amount of action.
Value that they're wanting to swallow. Had a person who would ways directionally guide us. If only, oh, that's what day 17 is. Because your turn-by-turn guidance has been screaming at you like Morgan Freeman on the Waze app going, hey, motherfucker, turn right. I said, derecha. I said, turn right. Into a Larry Chang video on point number 1, quantum copium. The answer to it is it's the 3 laws of thermodynamics. Why? Because that's the future. You can't hope to legislate away the 3 laws of thermodynamics. This is why people who have an undergrad in engineering and then go get an MBA, they're the only ones who survive. Why? Even half of them, they end up forcing bankruptcy. Why? Quantum copium. See, quantum copium is the quantum concept of I missed Web 5, I now want it dead. I missed why Larry Chang is so awesome. Now I'm going to drop negative comments and try to out alpha male the alpha of alphas. Am I saying that I'm the king of kings or the minter of kingmakers? I don't have to be anymore because we have rules for money with no rulers. We have the rules for money, no rulers. Before you say, oh my gosh, this person's, I want to tone police him and I want to testosterone police him. You can't stop, you won't stop, chain stop. You can't stop, you won't stop, chain stop. And while I can read what you put down, I also want to make sure that you're not a robot. Come back better after your timeout. Right on cue with quantum copium. You see, you're hoping to get traction for your cause by saying your true truth. You're trying to quantum leap into this video, which is maximum pain. Who are you competing against? Socks. So, yesterday, don't watch the video. The link is not in the details below, and F yourself in the face because I'll just tell you because I'm efficient. we had a concept where people, they were confused about money in with money out. That's not understandable, but I understand it. It's because VCs are saying, how did Larry make this quantum leap to become the number one VC? You see, it wasn't quantum, it was as per the 3 laws of thermodynamics, which is amazing on 10 levels. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, robot. Welcome back. So, the drug that I'm on, which is getting high on the 3 laws of thermodynamics. See, this is where you've never lost to a person who said this phrase, entrepreneurship is so easy, money in, money out. Once you get that clear, then you understand it doesn't take money to make money. We're still on topic 1, quantum copium. So what we're doing is we are talking about you, Bob Laerty, trying to out-alpha male an alpha during a monologue. That's page 127, that's page 132, the rational male, where we're in maximum pain. I'm trying to show you who's on your team. When you try to out-alpha male an alpha male by doing beta male stuff, I will call out protocols the same way that an NFL quarterback calls out defense. You're trying to run defense on this monologue, quantum hoping for traction for your first comment, which is something about touching children or something, some kind of Hail Mary. So we're not in competition. We're going to show you who's on your team and why competition against me is going to be futile. It's going to be futile. Why? Because I'm running the 3 laws of thermodynamics on day 17 of 2 franchises. What 2 franchises? Episode 17, day 17, hashtag 26 days of Gemini 3 ducking bankruptcy. Franchise 2 is hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. This is who you're in competition with. There are women who purchase exorbitantly expensive dresses. And these dresses, they do what? They get worn one time and then thrown out. Who are you in competition with? Why are you trying to compete against me? We are showing you the truth, which is socks. Okay? Socks. Why am I showing you socks during maximum pain? Why? Because wearing a dress one time and throwing it away, it's so wasteful, it's genius. Because it's not quantum spendium, which it is, because you're spending on one dress what EBT defrauders defraud in 1 month. The reason it's genius is, what if you always had fresh socks? Because wearing it one time and then throwing it away, it feels opulent. Why? Because needing to always wash socks, pair up socks, go get socks, change dress socks to athletic socks. Oh, I'm going to go play basketball. I'm going to need basketball socks. Oh, I'm going to go to work for a 3-day Cantor Fitzgerald conference on leverage finance, right after the Barclays leverage finance, while I drop dimes like I am talking about the 3 laws of thermodynamics. Wear a dress one time, throw it away. Wear a dress one time, throw it away. You feel euphoric. You feel like, hey, Larry, are you high right now? That would be drinking only H2O with a smattering of paper notes. This is who you're in competition with. This is, dare I say, maximum pain, read 1 book. Minimize pain, read 2 books, which is going from 0 books read so far, cover to cover, in 2025 to 2 books read by the end of today using AI. Using AI. You see quantum copium? You don't see. Let me show it to you. Quantum copium is where losers will say, in one day, I'm going to be the best pool player, even though I've bowled 0 games. That's quantum copium. That's where most people are at. Look at your YouTube practice. 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 You don't get better from one video to another video. And I'm not going to say that this video is the most valuable video you've ever watched. This video, to you, it's a ginormous waste of time because this video will go into your stack of videos called a YouTube playlist that you never financially benefited from. This is why you must have at least a 2nd-year MBA from my 2 safety schools, Harvard, Stanford. Yes, I'm talking to you as if you're a 7th grader, but you're not going to be able to do these 2 hashtags, which is day 17 of hashtag 26 days of Gemini 3, period. Why? Because here's the efficiency. It's just the 3 laws of thermodynamics. And instead of referring to them in general, 1 sock in, 1 sock out. That's it. That's the conservation of sock. That's the conservation of energy. It's not wasteful to throw away a dress that costs $17,000 you wear it once. Okay, it is. But wearing a pair of socks that costs less than $30 for 3 days, I know, gross. That's why that Indian couple needed to air out the clothes and have a closet with air movement, is because they're not air drying, they're air laundering it. How gross am I? Yeah, 1 Whopper in, 1 Whopper out. It turns out some people can't drop a food baby. It turns out some people can't drop a food baby. Turns out some people can. To finish off the point of quantum copium, and I'll catch up to your guys' comments because I will be. Quantum copium, where you're tearing down a teammate. You see, why is the unemployment rate 10, 20, 80% in some companies? True story, Twitter, 80% unemployment. It's because some of the people that are on the team aren't trying to hunt for solutions. They're not trying to solve company problems. They're trying to civil war. And when you're at default civil war, you're mentally not helping yourself. Every person for themselves while you're self-improving. This is your YouTube practice. You are alone temporarily. Let's benefit in the next 3 minutes because you've been patiently listening and I haven't been reading your comments. Here's value. Every person for themselves getting 1% better. That's the bookend to copium. That's the bookend to quantum leaping. There are no quantum leaps, and especially no quantum leaps after you pay for some other YouTube influencer or motivational speaker's workshop. No quantum leaps there either. It's 1% improving. How are we going to get significantly better, Larry? By the end of this video, by the way, your channel on what they don't teach you in school, it's amazing. I wish I had this back when I was a first-year law student at Harvard, Stanford. Oh, cool. Because this topic, number 2, is perfect for you. It's a phrase that I coined. It's called mushi. See, mushi isn't like drizzle, drizzle. Mushi isn't like 6'7". Mushi is more like 6'5", because 6'7" is a meme about Latrell Sprewell, who is not 6'7", he's 6'5". Why is mushi gonna never be a meme, but be the most significant thing that you've ever done? Exercise. This is the most significant thing that you've ever exercised. And that is this. In order to avoid maximum pain, which this whole system is spinning towards in an unstoppable force of spinning and history repeating itself, why won't people pick up the Easter eggs that I'm dropping? Answer. Fix yourself using mushi. What is mushi, Larry? It sounds amazing. What is mushi, Larry? It sounds amazing. Well, it's actually quite the opposite of amazing. It's gonna sound like no sap November, which is no sucking up to professionals and just pretending that unemployment is default awesome. No sap November, followed by no shits in September, which is mushi. Mushi is a new word that I coined on one of the days. I don't remember which one. You can steal my intellectual property called mushi. Much has been said by dopamine. I'm not going to repeat all that. You know that. Yeah, you're like, my brain's broken. Mushi fixes your brain, which is why it is not the most awesome thing you've ever done, because it's really hard to do, which is you're going to memorize things and write things. You're going to memorize things and you're going to write things. This is what people try to do instead of mushi. They try to take a screenshot. Have you ever seen a hot girl's phone where you're like, hey, where are those pictures of our homemade porn? Where are those pictures? Oh, I guess I never deleted them. I guess I forgot about them. What? And then she's looking through the pictures, and there's like a billion pictures. And she's like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Wait. What are we even looking for? We're looking for the softcore porn vid that we made. How broken is your brain? That is what you're solving, which is you take a screenshot and you forget, or worse, you screen record. This is the opposite of that. This is brain repair. This is me talking to you for the first time as the vagina whisperer, because you have a pussy broken brain. Mushi is the fix for it. It's gonna be painful because just like Neo in the Matrix trying to use his muscles for the first time, this will be the first time you've actually used your brain during YouTube. This is gonna be the first time that you've exercised the brain for repairing brain rot. It's called Mushi. And because I'm fucking hilarious and confident, I spell it out, Mooshie, Mooshie. And then I call it Mushi, which is Muexie. And then I call it, for my African American component, because I am mostly black, I'm like this Jewish black guy trapped in number 2, Mushi, which is Talmudic Yiddish called Mushi, Mooshey.
So mushi, mushi, mushi is where we practice our brain to summon the skill of memorize, write. So the reason we made up a new word for it is that there is not a practice of doing so. So when we coin a new phrase, it's like introducing a hashtag into our financial map, because we're not trying to come up with a word like Riz just so that way we don't get credit, but we made up that word. What we're doing is we're coming up with a word as we make our brain better. Do you see the difference there? We're not being cool just to be cool. We're being mentally better. Why? Because when we memorize and write, our brain becomes amazing. That's Mushi. And then that's us doing Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. It's spelled like this. Muexie, Mooshie, Mushi, Mooshey. You say it 3 times, Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. Why do you say it 3 times? Because most people experience 1.0 video partially watched. I'm getting set up for something amazing. I'm getting set up for something amazing. Good job. I'm getting set up for something amazing. While I'm getting set up for something amazing, remind me to go over chapters 1 through 14 of that hashtag. This is the first time you've ever benefited from a hashtag, which is hashtag WTDSDYASBS. You should text me, by the way. You're welcome. Hashtag WTDSASBS. Where is my text message? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. What we're covering is things that I used to think. Because I used to think I would never be able to get into Stanford Business School. My GPA is too low. I used to think, oh my God, I ended up messing up my life because I didn't know that this was going to be true. Which is, if you go to a crappy public school like North Carolina State University, and then you get a perfect GPA because acing that school is super easy, you now get to go to an amazing business school. But if you go to a legit college with legitimate grades, with a legitimate GPA, your fortune is reading screwed. Why? Because you did not get grade inflation. You are now disqualified from attending Stanford Business School. Once you are honest with, hey, I messed up, I'm never going to go to Stanford Business School, now you can be honest with yourself, which is, you're screwed. Let's make the best of it. What are we going to do? And it turns out we are going to November 14, February 5, December 6, May 1, May 2, May 3. We're going to put some days together so that way we wedge ourselves into Stanford Business School. The way to do this without AI was kind of hard. It used to be kind of hard. Now it's so easy that it's too easy. And that's also why social media is broken. That's why Web 0 is broken. That's why it's social media. So when we unbreak it, we simply just do Web 12. Let's walk through three numbers, 1 through 14. Tell me three numbers, 1 through 14. Tell me one number, 1 through 14. DD, let's go. Stop multitasking. Faster. Number 2, treasure management. That's my flagship chapter. It's basically financial literacy. But before financial literacy, because that's what they don't teach you at Stanford Business School, in 2095, the third book comes out called What They Still Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School, which is chapter 2, also still chapter 2, which is treasure management, financial literacy, the flagship chapter for, hey, you paid $175,000 for this book that came out in 2095. Is that even worth $175,000? It is, because if you can't make $176,000, you shouldn't be buying one copy of the book. Chapter 5, mentorship. Mentorship. If you walk and talk like a person that doesn't have a mentor, you haven't read chapter 5 of my mentor's book, What They Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School. That's chapter 5. Moshe, Mushi, 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 Mushi. With anybody's book, you're correlating their chapters with what they don't teach you at Stanford Business School chapters. Therefore, you can memorize, write out another person's table of contents. This is the practice within chapter 13 of Limitless. This is why you can sell a book that you didn't write for $800. Because Jim Quick, author of that book, he stopped short of commanding you to make $800. Why? Because most people never make it to chapter 13. And F yourself in the face for not just saying number 1, but we'll go with 9. Chapter 9 is entrepreneurship. 9 different founders. Everybody is a little bit entrepreneurial. You see, this is how I became number 1 VC in Silicon Valley. Is I viewed not only tech entrepreneurs as entrepreneurs, I viewed entrepreneurship at the entrepreneurship level. Everybody is a little bit entrepreneurial. Did I rip this directly from Ratatouille? It's a Pixar movie. There's a mouse that is existing inside of a boy's hat. That one guy has entered the 3-way moderated room. Welcome back. Welcome back. What should we call you? What is your name? Text me. So in Ratatouille, the concept of everybody can cook. That's my chapter 9, which is everybody can entrepreneur. Whether or not everybody should entrepreneur during a boom time, that was up in the air. Text me your full name. Text me your full name. And I'll add you. You can now be legitimately friends with me. This video is going to be jaw-droppingly even more unbelievable. Chapter 9, entrepreneurship. There's actually 9 different types of entrepreneurs, including the Jobapreneur, which is hashtag LABCS 3373. Now, it sounds like I did 3,373 live action business case studies. It sounds like I did. But in the same way that I'm naming mega yachts, I'm starting with a big number and I'm counting down to 1. That's why LABCS 3366 is Uber. And that's why Genius, which is day 18, with the buy button being turned off, that's hashtag LABCS 1460. By telling you the hashtags, I'm telling you compressed algorithms. I'm showing you a map of the rabbit hole. When most people say rabbit hole, they mean to say TLDR. When I say hashtag, I mean Dungeons and Dragons map. I can tell that some people are not mapping, specifically DD. DuckDees, I saw you on LinkedIn using your DuckDees name, and the fact that you're hesitant about your real name and real cell phone number causes me to really wonder. Number 9, entrepreneurship, which is everybody's a little bit entrepreneurial. Let's sell one thing. Chapter 6, sales. Can you make $800 selling that book, What They Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School? Yes. You have all 14 chapters. You can come up with the content using AI because I am, 1, telling you, yes, IP. 2, do you know that you can't trademark the title of a book? So there could be 1,000 books called What They Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School. And if you're still gun shy, thinking I might secretly sue you after you make $1 million with a New York Times bestseller, where your brain is so much in a pretzel that you're a crab in a pot dragging me in, where live action business case studies help us organize thoughts, where every time you talk, your brain is so much in a pretzel that you somehow turn my brain, which is running on a map, into a pretzel. That's Crabs in a Pot. That's that other dude's book that we mapped out. Do you remember when we mapped out that book for Crabs in a Pot? Yeah, that was amazing, while simultaneously being un poco depressing. This video, it feels amazing, doesn't it? It feels amazing. The quality of your questions, not going to refer to the 37 questions, but asking better questions is going to be amazing. Getting a map, it's questioning and mapping. Let me show you my map with a little bit of entertainment, which is number 1, chapter 1. You're damned if you do order the DoorDash that's free if you're a celebrity. You're damned if you don't order DoorDash because it's free because you're a celebrity. You see, chapter 1 of my mentor's book, Larry Chang, What They Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School, is you're damned if you do go to Stanford Business School. You're damned if you don't go. Why are you damned if you do go? Well, you currently make $300,000 a year, or else you're not getting in. Now you got to quit that and then not get paid 2 years while paying $275,000. That's literally $1 million swing. You're damned if you go. You're also damned if you don't go. Why? Because now you're going to miss out on the knowledge and the network. And if you're a female, you're going to miss out on Mr. Chang being Mrs. Chang. Chapter 1, show me the face. I will guess how many DoorDash meals you get per week. You see, DoorDash gives celebrities a DoorDash celebrity comp card. So you're damned if you do eat the DoorDash because it's free. You're damned if you do eat the DoorDash because you're now going to have inflammation. You're damned if you don't use it because you don't get to accrue these meals. You don't get to transfer. You show me the celebrity picture and I'll tell you how many meals you're getting free each week. Why? Because I can read the inflammation on your face. Throughout the baseball season, I'm watching you get fatter and fatter and fatter. That's a problem. That's not good. So show me the face. I guess how many DoorDash meals you get per week. Hey, Larry, can you do this with women? Oh, yeah. Which is guessing how many times she eats DoorDash. Here's the problem. It's hashtag CHA8. That's chapter 8 of somebody else's book. My chapter 8 is hashtag CH8. Once you have the universal key and, dare I say, the hashtag explainer, now you know that hashtag CH8 belongs to Larry Chang, Mark McCormack. Hashtag CHA8 belongs to a myriad of other people's book. Hey, Larry, did you reverse engineer Shelby Sapp's book on She Sells, aka Hot Girl Sales Club, aka High Ticket Sales Items, chapters 1 through 14? Yes. Do you see how you can make $8,000 selling the unofficial Shelby Sapp Sales Bible? Because I sketched out all 14 chapters using AI, AGI. Do you see how if you don't make $10,000 selling the unofficial Shelby Sapp Hot Girl Sales Club Bible, Hot Girl Sales Club Sales Bible, Hot Girl Sales Club Bible, the Bible for Hot Girl Sales Club, any variation, derivation of that, chapters 1 through 14, you're being incredibly lazy. Oh, but Larry, does that mean that there's risk involved? No. Remember Tim O'Reilly. First we sell it, then we make it. Mess up the order at your own peril, which is we first want to sell it, then we want to make it. What are we selling? We're selling the fact that Shelby Sapp does not have a New York Times bestseller. I don't know why. Maybe too much Miami, maybe too much Web 2 social media, not enough Web 12, not enough Web 0, not enough Larry Chang. Not enough Larry Chang. Show me the face. I'm going to guess how many DoorDash meals you eat per week. Why? Because it's fortune telling. Why? Because look at the very first tweet. Why? Because Bitcoin is wave 5 AI and Web 5, whereas AI is stuck on Scam Altman mode, which is wave 2. I'm going to need a nuclear power plant just to power one OpenAI brain. Think about that. It's the definition of Paul Graham's article, doing things that don't scale. Dub, Web 2, AI, I'm Asian, intelligent. www.paulgraham.com. Paul like Saul, Graham like the cracker.com/ds, as in don't scale, ds.htm. That's a pregnant pause for Paul Graham, co-founder of Y Combinator, www.paulgraham.com/ds.htm, which is do things that don't scale. That's needing 15 nuclear power plants just to power a data center, OpenAI, headed towards a bankruptcy, asking the government to be a collateral of last resort, lender of last resort, sugar daddy. Government is my sugar daddy. Day 5, November 5. Do you see how we're calling out genius days and we're hunting problems? Always hunting problems. Always hunting problems. Problem, Shelby Sapp. She's not a problem. She has a problem. She hasn't written her Hot Girl Sales Club Bible book. It needs to be written, and you can call it the unofficial Shelby Sapp Hot Girl Sales Bible. You're checking all the boxes of this is going to be a monster hit. This is where you're trying to do what I did to Duck D's did on LinkedIn, which is I caught you stalking because LinkedIn is layer 0 of venture capital. It's also layer 3 of venture capital, which is I want to know who's creeping on my webpage. I want to know. Show me the face and I will show you, I will guess how many DoorDash meals people eat per week. So what this is chapter 8, fiat food, because the only way to make money is if you sell food that's fake, which is dark, which is also why you guys have been eating out way, way, way less. This is financial advice. Number 1, meibomian gland. So a lot of people spend a good amount of time in front of screens. Larry, why don't you ever have dry eye? It's because of number 1, meibomian gland. What you're doing with your meibomian gland is you're doing warm compress, so that way the oils of your clogged meibomian glands become unclogged. Now you've got a nice, juicy, wet, sparkly eyeball. That's financial advice, meibomian gland care. Why am I talking about optometry, shiitake? Do I date hot Cal School of Optometry women? I do, but while I'm dating incredibly attractive women who are smart and getting a master's in optometry, I'm not going to just not ever learn. I'm going to voraciously learn, maybe not all of your technical content, but a good amount of it. You're welcome, meibomian gland. There are YouTube videos in case you have dry eye. This is financial advice. Take care of your meibomian gland. Number 2, red pill leads to black pill. When you ingest too many red pills, you end up by default black pill. What is black pill? What is red pill? Red pill is understanding, OMG, there's a lot of stuff that's messed up. Red pill is the matrix where you take the pill and you understand, oh my God, I didn't know the way to do entrepreneurship is you sell it first and then make it. Some people call them minority opinions. Some people call them corner cases. What you're trying to do with entrepreneurship and red pill is you're trying to find what we already do, which is, what do you know that other people don't know yet? That's why it's so easy to make $800 selling a book, is you know what they don't know, which is they don't know about memorization, chapter 13. You, before the comedy of DoorDash, you know that their face is going to get inflammation because you know something that they don't know, which is the food is fake, aka seed oil, aka wheat with glyphosate. So therefore your face starts to swell and you start looking like crap, just like that celebrity Laura Loomer who came back from Israel with a completely blown up face where it looks like she has a face that somebody overinflated. This is red pill, black pill. This is the answer. This is financial advice, which is you want to be double orange pill, which is back to blue pill. I'm not going to repeat that, but this is worth so much money. I would say unlimited money, because now you understand the pills and now you understand the stages of everything, which is understanding why certain ethnicities do so well, because this is their 11th time watching the money die. Being double orange pill is blue pill, where you say, I know nothing, and you know everything because you're double orange. You're blue again. And blue pill people are the happiest. So after you take the red pill, some people are like, why, oh, why did I not take the blue pill? You can't take the red pill and then take the blue pill. It doesn't work like that. It goes blue pill. Oh my God, everybody is now red pilled, right? Because people are noticing, people are finally understanding, because this darn internet, it sure does make it really hard to govern people. that is a presidential candidate that I will not embarrass. John Kerry, which is the internet, it makes it really hard to govern. And what they're trying to say is it's really hard to brainwash people. Therefore, I wish the internet didn't work the way it does. You get a couple of red pills. If you swallow too many red pills, you become black pill, which is I'm going to take my ball, I'm going to go home. Or the stock market is entirely fraudulent. I'm out. I'm out. I don't think that. I think I want more red pills and then I want to take an orange pill. So what I'm talking about is Web 3. I'm talking about Web 5 and I'm tickling Web 4, which is fiat striking back. This is why people are now red pilled to the max, which is, I hate knowing what I know. And then Web 12, which is, oh my God, I didn't know that you could use AI. I didn't know that AI is just Web 1, Web 2 with Web 5 and more Web 5, because every video you watch, you should be cash positive on, because if you haven't mapped your way towards $60, risking $0, then you don't have any shot at getting 30 shares of Genius stock, because that's part of your $60. This is how everyone else talks about investment, is go risk $30 to try to make $30. We do not risk money to make money because of this truth. Software ate the world. Now that you realize that truth that other people realize but don't take action on, you can take action on it, which is, yeah, software ate the world. Okay, now what do I do? Now we're wrapping up the point of software did eat the world. It's Web 5. Software did eat the world. That's a double orange pill. Now you're back to blue pill, which is cool. I'm happy, and now I can get along with other people on blue pill. This is financial advice. There was a person who talked about a $32,000 watch as proof that they're currently not poor, by saying, if my next watch is a $32,000 222 stainless, therefore I'm rich. So this is financial advice, which is buying expensive things does not make you rich. Making money makes you rich. Now, that's going to sound ludicrous, because you might say, oh, Larry, I totally know the difference between money out and money in. Once you realize that you have no clue what the difference is between money out and money in is, then you have a shot at understanding this truth, which is you don't need money to make money. And if me talking about money makes you think I'm going to ask you for money, you don't see that I actually do know what I'm talking about, which is number 3, Larry, my next watch is going to be a stainless 222 exotic watch, $32,000. What you're saying by saying I'm going to be rich, I'm going to spend this money, is you're saying you don't know the difference between being rich having money and being rich spending money, because to you it's just some faraway future. What we're doing is we're taking it into the present by doing what? By doing incredibly specific things, within point number 4, this is financial advice, scarcity mindset. 3 mindsets that are scarcity: yesterday, today, and future. Because scarcity mindset is almost a default. Why? Because up until now, you haven't really financially benefited from one YouTube video. And also be scared if this is your 5th YouTube video and you still haven't benefited. So the scarcity mindset and even addressing it is incredibly unpopular. Look at the falling numbers for viewership. But that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and record this for future posterity to share in a private format. This video will not be publicly available. You get this. Good job paying attention. So with scarcity mindset, it's the framework of self-defeat before even trying. It's self-harm, it's self-loathing, it's self-scarcity mindset. So the reason that this is financial advice is once you realize there is no switch to flip, there is no one thing to do, there is no one thing to know. The one thing to do is the 8 things that you attempt to do via ego defeating, confidence losing, oh my God, I can't believe I have to try to 1, say good morning to somebody. 2, walk up to a person of the opposite sex and say, may I ask to meet you? 3, practice cold open Yahtzee. 4, show up at a coffee shop with 2 books and play the game 2 books, 1 person. Scarcity mindset in the future. So, stainless steel watch person who said, how do you know I'm poor? My next watch is going to be stainless version 222. Then that person, he, she, they, he, she, they, she, he, then said, oh my God, I'm having an epiphany. Then I asked, after the epiphany, if you make $650,000, would you buy me that stainless 222 watch? Guess what they said? They said no. Wait a minute, I'm going to walk you through Waze turn-by-turn navigation. I'm going to walk you through your map. I'm going to look at your map. I'm going to redirect your map. I'm going to help you remap your map. I'm going to help you draw the map. You're going to arrive at a destination called $650,000. And then at that point in time, you're not willing to buy me your dream watch. I walked you to 650K. So what that is scarcity mindset in the future. You see, rich people make fun of poor people by saying this fact that's actually true. This will blow your noodle. This will expand your brain. Poor people who have scarcity mindset can't buy a $20 bill for $3.50. Let me repeat that. Poor people can't buy a $20 bill for below $5. I'm talking first make the 20, then buy it for $3.22, $3.50. Why is that? The reason for that is complicated, psychological. Some people call it a frequency. Some people call it mystical. Some people call it ethnic wiring. Some people call it trauma bonding. Whatever it is, it's really messed up. But this is the way to solve it is you then agree, hey, if I get to 650K walked through via these 2 hashtags that expand to 15 hashtags, why? Because there is no defense for this in the real world. There is nobody keeping you from doing this except for maybe your own inattention to detail and lack of ability to focus. This is financial advice. Visualize a thank you gift. This is financial advice, which is, can you spend $9 for 9 $1 thank you cards? Because it turns out a lot of people don't realize that saying thank you is critically important. When you ask poor people, hey, why did you not say thank you? You made $800 selling Jim Quick's book. This is what people who temporarily were rich, who go back to being poor, say. Oh, I figured they didn't need to hear it. What? They didn't need to hear it? Like, you're just lazy to say thank you. 2, oh, I'll do it later. 3, why people don't say thank you. Oh, I don't know why. I'll do it later. I'll do it later. It turns out it actually takes confidence to say thank you because you're admitting that somebody helped you. And for me, because maybe my dad stuck around and didn't abandon me, that is just like, show me the face, I'll guess how many DoorDash meals you've had. Show me a person who can't say thank you, and I'll show you their ethnicity and the fact that they got raised by a single mom. Ass model a yacht. Okay, so when you are single and not super active in dating, what you think is, oh man, if I only had a mega yacht, my dating life could be much improved. This is called quantum copium. Quantum copium is where you think in quantum. Therefore, you don't have to do anything because you're thinking quantum. Where if only I had a mega yacht, then my dating problems would be all solved. If I only had a Mercedes, I could easily do networking by rolling up on some hoes and saying, hi, this is my Mercedes. This is similar problems to a 5-bedroom condo where you think, oh, if I only didn't live in my garage that I share with 2 other people, I could date better. You think to yourself, if only 5 other people didn't share this 3-bedroom townhome, I could date better. You see, there's actually problems. There's actually problems. Problem. You can't really date as the co-founder of PayPal because there's no date that is commensurate with the fact that she Googled you before, and then she's looking at the fact that you're the co-founder of Yelp. You're the co-founder of Venmo. You're the co-founder of PayPal. That's why chapter 1 is, you're damned if you do tell her how much money you have. You're damned if you don't tell her how much money you have. You're damned if you do tell a person what your job is. You're damned if you don't. If only I had a 3-bedroom condo, that luxury lifestyle would help me date better. Now you've got another problem, which is you have no idea if they're trying to date you or ask you some pretty horrendous questions, which is, wow, this 5-bedroom penthouse condo in Miami, it's really nice. do you live with anybody? And you're like, no. And then the foyer to your master bedroom for you guys to make out, it's a 6-minute walk. It's a 6-minute walk. It's actually not good. This is financial advice where you can live in your 4-bedroom Miami penthouse with 2 patio decks, but you also need a fuck pad that is a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom. Why? Because in today's anti-gravity environment, rolling chicas in a Hyundai is actually easier than your tricked out Mercedes. Number 8, this is financial advice, which is reverse sugar daddy. You're damned if you do spend $5,000 in the first 5 dates. You're damned if you don't spend $5,000 or $50 in the first 5 dates. That's why this is financial advice. That's why this is reverse sugar daddy. You see, we're at the point right now where what's the unemployment rate? 30, 70%, depending. People don't even ask people, hey, what do you do for work? They just say, do you have money? Do you not have money? Here's the problem is you're going to do these things and you're going to get rich. Now you're going to have problems. This is financial advice. Hashtag reverse sugar daddy. Because you can't do dinner date number 2. You can't, because it's going to be $300, $400, $600, and now you just ate dinner. None of that's good. This is reverse sugar daddy with 7 bullet points of reverse sugar daddy. Probably some of the most genius content on the internet. Let's go. So the reason reverse sugar daddy works, whether or not you're a man or a woman, it's this. College ROI. And if you didn't go to college, bear with me. Pretend like you had to spend money to go to community college. College ROI before your 4-year degree. You see, nobody asks, hey, am I going to get ROI for college? Because look at how painful it was for me to even mention college. Look at how painful it even was for me to mention college. Because you're trying to get ROI for a workshop before you pay all the money for a workshop. For example, $9,000 for Joe Dispenza. You see, with reverse sugar daddy, it's ROI at each stage. And I'm not talking about ROI like, oh, did I get her to put out? I'm talking ROI as in return on investment for GSP before you go to GSP. So when you have that mindset, you and her, you and he, depending on which way you sway, you and they now are on the same page of how can we do something that has ROI while we get to know each other. That's where we do 1 guy, 1 girl, and 2 books. 1 guy, 1 girl, and 1 book. This is the genius thing that a viewer once did after I said 2 girls, 1 book. Because when you go on a date and you just bring 1 book, you're playing book roulette, which is you read for 3 minutes, I read for 3 minutes. You read for 3 minutes, I read for 3 minutes. And when you're reading, I'm not on my phone. And when I'm reading, you're not on the phone. And then we can play these little games to try to distract each other but now we're practicing our brain while we spend zero money because we're two people, one book. This is reverse sugar daddy. This is ROI for a vacation before you take a vacation. So then you go to, hey, where would you want to go on vacation that is a bucket list? The reason you ask this is we're giving you financial advice, which is hashtag reverse sugar daddy. Where do you want to go on vacation? Larry, I really want to go to the Omaha College World Series. And I also want to see Warren Buffett's retirement year for Berkshire Hathaway. Oh, cool. What you're doing with reverse sugar daddy is she'll probably say something like a music festival. What you're now mentally doing is you're now doing book club on a date, and then you're doing book club at a music festival. Or if she says New York Fashion Week, or I want to go to Milan Fashion Week or Paris Fashion Week, then the first step might be New York Fashion Week, February 10 through February 22nd. So then you're doing book club at a fashion week by doing reverse sugar daddy. This is financial advice number 9, which is 9 web pages. So each video that you watch should be summarized via 9 web pages. Why is this financial advice? Because in an age of AI, why are you not doing 9 web pages? Larry, I don't even know where to start. This is where to start. You email, publish, post. So this video should be 900 web pages, but let's just make it easy and just do 9 web pages. What we're doing is we're taking knowledge that we got from Web 2, social media and YouTube is Web 2, and we are coming up with 9 web pages. You're welcome. That is financial advice. Segment next, dyslexia. So it turns out when people say dyslexia, they really mean, hey, I'm actually illiterate. I sniffed this out when someone was speaking Spanish, and then I was like, no comprende, no comprehension. And they were willfully being illiterate, willfully not understanding words that directly correlated English to Spanish. What this showed within dyslexia is, are you dyslexic or just illiterate? Because literacy is not ever to be assumed. And I know I talk a lot about how people can't read. It's pervasive. It's okay. We can learn to be slightly less dyslexic, slightly more literate. Number 2 within dyslexia, default Asperger's. So before, when times were normal, we recognized that only people who were tremendously good at math were Asperger's. Asperger's is where you're so genius that you can afford to be a dick because you're so good at physics. Then, when Asperger's became popular, saying that you're possessing Asperger's meant that you're automatically good at math. Then, just having Asperger's was a badge of honor because, hey, everybody before me that had Asperger's, they have a really good job. Now it's default Asperger's, where they're bad at math at the 3rd grade level and bad at social skills. That's default Asperger's, where you're spending so much time playing video games, never going outside, that you're dyslexically having default Asperger's, not even good at anything, you have Asperger's. And it's funny because number 3, Houston Four Seasons, Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett. So there's a guy, he just listens and then he solves a bunch of stuff. He solved dyslexia at the Houston Four Seasons when Warren Buffett was debuting his HBO documentary. Before the HBO documentary played, there was a trailer on dyslexia. I didn't know that I had dyslexia that I solved via speed reading. You see, this commercial that Warren Buffett's documentary played on dyslexia, it talked about how you can't read aloud words because the brain doesn't connect what you're reading to saying the words aloud. But if you know how to speed read, you're supposed to skip that step. That's why people who get early diagnosed dyslexia sometimes become speed readers. Why? Because you should not be subvocalizing words as you're reading. What is subvocalization? It's a sound of the words that you're saying in your own brain. That's the definition of dyslexia, where you can't read a word and sound it out, which is why anytime a student athlete is to speak in front of kids, I'm like, give me the book beforehand so that way the athlete can prepare. So that way you actually end up memorizing. That's why people who have dyslexia, they end up becoming really good at memorizing things because they don't want to be embarrassed about not being able to read. And dyslexic people also become amazing because you're not supposed to subvocalize the words. For example, love your YouTube money. You should just be able to see the 4 words, love that YouTube money, and then not say the words aloud in your brain. That's called subvocalization. It's also chapter 4 of the book Limitless. So do you see how you're taking this video and a book and you're making 30 shares of Genius stock basically free if you can put pen to paper? What is dyslexia? I think I just explained it. Let me hone in on it. It's reading aloud via your mouth. That's dyslexia, is your brain has a misfire where you can't say the word that you just read. But here's the thing about speed reading. You're not supposed to say the word aloud. You're supposed to be able to inhale entire paragraphs where the words themselves have meanings. The words themselves have meanings. Chapter 14, speed reading. Limitless, that's chapter 14. Memorization, chapter 13. Dyslexia, living in public, reading in public, PQRST in private. You see, when we read in public, it could get embarrassing in a hurry if we haven't read that book before. That's why I pinned the information, which was the first time you're taking math class is the 5th time I'm taking math class. So that's why we don't want to read in public for the first time when we're reading, because sometimes people will post, oh, why am I subscribed to this? And then Colette will chime in, it's because 2 girls, 1 cup of improvement, which is pretty funny. Number 8, dyslexia. It's basically a psyop. It's basically brain rot. It's basically brain repair. I hope you unsubscribe. Larry Chang, DGAF. Oxymoron, segment 4, video 2. Segment 4 or segment 14, however you do the accounting. I love you, I hate you. Oxymoron. Moron is, I find myself asking myself, why am I subscribed to this? That's chapter 13. That's chapter 4. 62, 64, 67. Turbo hike, which is I'm watching Larry, but I'm not going to like it. Why? Because I don't like myself. Oxymoron. How do you not like yourself? Moron? Oxymoron? That's not true. That's definitively not true. Have you thought about leaving $0? You're comfortable at $0, but if you made $800, you could sit on a nicer sofa, because I know you're wanting a new sofa. I mean, that cushion, at least rotate that cushion, because your ass has worn that portion of the cushion out. Sell one, sell two. But after you sell one, buy yourself a new sofa, and then have the people put the $800 directly into a sofa. Not tax advice, also not financial advice. But if the IRS can audit a sofa as a gift, congratulate them. They hunted you down for the sofa tax, aka an ass tax, aka a joke tax. Oxymorons. Continuing with the humor. Be honest. How hilarious am I? Jumbo shrimp. The reason we're talking about oxymorons is everyone's private driver. That's Uber. $1 billion startup. If you're making $1 billion with one person as a startup, can you even call Bitcoin a startup? That's an oxymoron. 2x moron, dare I say 3x, collateralized debt obligation. Gotcha! Oxymoron. The best way to oxymoron is to be no oxy, no moron, which is zero. Zero oxy, zero moron, which is day 18 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, comma, quote, zero coupon bond, no recourse. No oxymorons detected there. Oxymoron. My Jewish brother, Scam Altman, running a Christmas party called the 12 Days of Christmas 2024 or 2023. I can't remember. All these Christmases are compressed. When you say the 12 days of Christmas and you started off with day 1 being 1800 ChatGPT, it's not even an oxymoron. It's a 12 levels of moron, which is 12 days of moron, which is why we're doing the opposite of 12 moron. We're doing 26 genius, turning around genius with a starfish named Larry. Larry, where are you, buddy? Larry the starfish. Oh, here you are. Have you guys met Larry the starfish? Not an oxymoron, not a metaphor. This is not my butthole. It's a starfish. Why is it a starfish? Because starfish sometimes wash on the shore. Look up the Barack Obama starfish speech. I'm not going to say that I wrote that for him, but you got to look up, using AI, the Barack Obama starfish speech. 12 Days of Christmas, 26 Days of Larry the Starfish. You see, every one of these days has been amazing. And you can sell the 26 days of Grok 4 ducking bankruptcy by calling it chapters 1 through 12 avoid bankruptcy. I'd be willing to pay $800 for it. Can you introduce me to Larry Chang? Can you put his phone number? I'd love to get his phone number. That's Larry the Starfish. And then can you have AI re-script my content to actually make sense? Yeah. And then Larry the Starfish would talk. And then you bring Larry the Starfish to not a Beanie Baby convention, but you bring Larry the Starfish to your book club. 2 girls, 1 cup of improvement. Colette, you just need to get 1 more girl. I'm sorry, you're a guy. You just need to bring 2 more girls and Colette. 2 girls, 1 Colette. Two girls, Colette, and a cup of knowledge. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Wash and wear. Wash and wear. Buy a dress, wear it once, throw it out. It's not buy a dress, get it dry cleaned, because the dry clean is going to ruin it. Dry fit. Oxymoron or just genius? Black Friday sale. Oxymoron? Maybe. Hooker with a heart of gold. That's an oxymoron. Segment 5. Getting better at networking. I haven't told you this, but I've been getting better via my YouTube lives. Not that my YouTube lives are getting better, which maybe they are, you tell me. But I'm getting better at networking because here on YouTube Live, I get pure, unfiltered energy. And similar to how I understood things that I did not want to understand during COVID via Clubhouse. You see, Clubhouse is an app like Twitter Spaces. And what Twitter Clubhouse did was it let people talk and made them empowered. And so with that empowerment, there comes a self-revelation. I did not really understand why some people couldn't get off of $0 and why it seemed confrontational when I said, why don't you speak at a conference as an unemployed person? I mean, I left the unemployed person off, but that was kind of extrapolated because to some people, if you say that you're an entrepreneur, people think, oh, you're unemployed. That's what I mean by getting better at networking, because I have some PhD thoughts, which is zero money. It doesn't take money to make money. But then what I didn't really realize was how many people have read 0 books. Because for me, if you even mention a book, I'll buy it, read it in less than a week, and then follow up like a psychopath, because you're telling me the important things that caused you to be amazing. I want to be amazing also. Thanks for swinging by. I hope that you plan on making $800. I almost said, I hope you had a good time. I don't, I don't, I don't, I don't, I don't, I don't, yeah, I don't have that. I hope your map is text messaged or emailed to me. What is your map? Your map is, I'm currently here at 0 book, 2 girls, 1 cup of self-improvement. Now I'm going to sign up 2 girls and have them each pay me $400, which is, why would you do that? Well, if she's a girl who's under 25, she probably went to college and she's probably unemployed. So you say, would you like this book Limitless to be an $800 ticket to get you 1.0 job? Oh my God. This video just became genius, which is, will you buy this book and use this book to get 1.0 job? If they don't get a job, they get their $400, or 800 bucks each. 800 bucks each. 2 girls, 1 cup of self-improvement. Colette. Are these jokes? Yeah. Yeah. But they're also 100.0% true. Why? You see, when she's under 25 and older than 21, she went to college, she owes over 150 grand, and she also doesn't have a job. And I don't mean to say this with a ginormous smile on my face, but we can't help everybody, but we can micro focus on 2 people who are willing to come up with 800 bucks. Do they have to come up with 800 bucks in advance cash? No. That's what's great about an $800 sale. Let's sell your first 2 books, Colette, which is 2 books, 1 cup of knowledge. Did I mess it up? It's not messed up. It's awesome. You can't mess it up. You can't mess it up. You can't mess it up. This is what I'm talking about. You see, there's a book, Limitless. It's got 19 chapters. It helps you become limitless, but let's slow down on the limitless income or the limitless money. Chapter 26, chapter 26. Wait a minute, Larry, you said there are only 19 chapters. Yeah, well, I went a little Asperger's and I went ahead and wrote a bunch more chapters to Jim Quick's book. Larry, do you even know Jim Quick? I don't need to have met him, which I did via Dave Asprey. What I did do was take copious notes when he gave a keynote, briefly mentioning his book, briefly mentioning Zero Benefit. Okay, so he talked about this, which is not just learning new knowledge, but applying new knowledge. So I went a little overboard by being a little too aggressively learning, where I think he might be scared of me now. He might be thinking I'm the mind snatchers where I'm trying to steal his identity by promoting his book better than he promotes his book. I don't get a percentage of his book. I don't. Should I earn a commission? No. What's up, Chris Smith? How are you? Good to hang out with you. Zero benefit. So what you're doing is you're taking knowledge, you're not just warehousing it, you're asking, how do people benefit? This is what I'm talking about, where episode 5, segment 5, which is getting better at networking, which this YouTube live, it helps me. Okay, let's start. $800, it's a new sofa. Let's start. $800 is a new sofa. So look at the thing that you're sitting on right now and picture a luxurious Crate and Barrel $800 sofa. That's what's at stake. That's what's at stake. You see, there's this book, it's written for obese people who can't get off the sofa. It's called Sofa to 5K, which is 2.2 miles. I can run 2.2 miles just in the infield because I'm DEI. I'm a defensively excellent infielder. Sofa to 5K is for obese people. You are going from your sofa to $5K using the book called Sofa to 5K. That should be your book. You see, we went from a people that said to ourselves, hey, wouldn't it be great if I wrote a New York Times bestseller? Wouldn't it be great if I were to write a bestseller? Wouldn't it be great for me to write a book? And then it became so easy to write a book that we just didn't even write a book. So maybe this is a book that you can co-author with yourself, which is this. Sofa to 5K dollars. Sofa to 5K. How are you going to make 5K? Well, first you're going to start with 800 bucks, which is chapter 26 of Limitless. Do you see how easy this is? Do you see how easy this is? Getting better at networking. I never realized how much people lie. Have you seen me catch somebody lying? Have you seen me catch somebody lying? See, Dale tried to catch me lying, and then he was like, oh my God, you're actually legit. And then I made Dale a moderator. Now he's back for video number 3, segment 5. I never realized how much people lie. Have you seen me catch a person lying where they lie, and then they're like, oh yeah, you caught me lying? And then they become way too honest. And that's okay. But I never realized, this is why I'm better at networking now. I never realized how much people lie. And one of the reasons I know people lie is they're accusing me of lying. And I forget that that's the number one indicator that they lie. Because if they think what I'm saying is a lie, which is pretty easy to prove, here's a hilarious example of when I figured out which VCs were liars, VCs, venture capitalists in Silicon Valley. I started the rumor that I had made so much money that I did not graduate college from the University of Illinois, but I was lying about having finished college at the University of Illinois. People couldn't even call 217-333-1000 because that operator was speed dialed to be like, oh yeah, registrar's office? Wait, why are you calling the registrar's office? Are you calling to see if Larry Chang graduated? Because he did. You're like the 15th person who's called. 217-333-1000. That's an API call of, can you do a check to see if this person graduated? Or you lie so much that you're like, oh, he's totally lying about the fact that he graduated. I can totally see him not finishing engineering. Why? Just because I'm really good at sales and vagina doesn't make my engineering degree not award winning. I never realized how much people lie. Stuck. I never realized how many people are actually paralyzed. Paralyzed, stuck, they don't want to change. So thank you for showing me how to get better at networking, where I think I'm in a land where you could go from intern to CEO founder. But I had no idea that so many people don't think that mobility is possible. And then they're like, oh, but macro. I also had no idea that people were so engrossed in my favorite hobby, which is mastering macro, which is impossible to understand because it's political. It's political. It's not theoretical. Micro is economic. Macro is bullshit. That's not Larry Chang saying the dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubricated. That's Naval Ravikant both times. So thank you for showing me that when you guys are stuck, I had no idea that that's the default for so many people is default paralyzed. Because during this live sessions, I feel like I'm getting better. Keyboard confidence. Ooh. In the real world, people don't have keyboard confidence, but this is what keyboard confidence has told me if they were to have a keyboard versus staring me in the face. I'm sorry, looking up at me to my face, which is no keyboard, no confidence. When you have keyboard confidence, people will say stuff honestly. They tell you honestly what they cannot tell you to your face. I'm a crab. Whoever wrote this script, am I doing chef's kiss right? Yes, that's it. Chef's kiss. I'm a crab in a pot. I'm not going to say misery loves company, but keyboard confidence is where people tell you honestly what they cannot tell you to your face, which is, I want to stay miserable. And now that I see that, I can call it out, which is you're a crab in a pot. Sometimes you guys have even seen where they're trying to offer me $12 an hour so that way I will join them in their hellscape known as Hellscape. What will help you dramatically, Neil, is expansion on a prior. Because why you say things that are genius, they are all new things. And I think one of the reasons that I'm so good at networking because of this is I track people and I know what they should be expanding on a prior on. And I do that in the real world too. Do you know who likes this? People who are gonna be rich, which is hashtag CHAJ, which is Dan Olson's book, chapter 11, case study. What's another chapter that's important? Chapter 9, which is step 6, which is MVP. What chapter is that from? Is that digital dementia in the beginning? It is digital dementia. It's Roman numeral XVIII. Okay, stop reading the beginning part and thank you for digital dementia and thank you for telling me. But you do see how all you need to do is 62, 64, and 67. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do because you're selling that book for $800, Neil, and then everyone else in here. So Neil, I'll actually Venmo you the $12 for that book, Limitless. Why? Because I want you in the mindset of I'll pay Larry back $12 when I sell the book for $800 and then buy 30 shares of Genius Group stock. because right now your stock portfolio is probably in a world of shit. But let's say the shit hasn't hit the fan yet. That's okay, because if you do lose it all, we'll be able to make it all back. But what you want to do is not risk money to make money. And remember, when I said this for the 35th time, you said, oh, you mean use credit to make money? No. So, as a benefit to you guys being here, our goal is to get 30 shares of Genius while spending a little bit of ink in a pen that we already own, which is networking equals VC layer 0. Oh my God. Do you see how this script is amazing as we do layer 0 of getting 30 shares? Okay. 30 shares of some random company called Roger Hamilton's Genius Group. You see, yesterday, day 17, Fidelity and Charles Schwab, they turned off the buy button. And in Ireland, the buy button, it's also turned off. So, because the buy button was turned off, this hat helps me think, and this hat is so much cooler. I mean, temperature cooler. Charles Schwab, Fidelity, they turned off the buy button. Why was the buy button turned off? So that way the price could be suppressed. What are we talking about right now, Larry? We're talking about VC layer 1. This is you being a VC with 3 days. So, correct. Fidelity turned off the buy button. I went to Fidelity and then read them the riot act, winning. So when the buy button gets turned off, I smell money. But it's not take a mortgage out on the house and bet the ranch, bet the house, bet the puppy. We're not betting shit all. We're trying to get 30 shares before this video ends, which is Limitless Investment, chapter Limitless Investment, chapter 28. Hashtag CHA28 for your 28 shares of Genius. Do you see how we should just do day 28 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK? Is that Black Friday? It is. That was lucky. That was lucky. That was lucky. Chapter 65. That was lucky, Warren Buffett. What did we just luck into? 30 free shares of Genius, not from Larry Chang to you, which would make it easier for you, but worse for you. It's 30 shares from you to you. This will be the first time you've ever mined fiat. This is the first time you really ever Web 4, Web 4'd. Because Web 4, hashtag CHA28. Web 4, day 28, hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. This is amazing. Am I the only one amazed here? Why am I not getting like thumb up and love, heart emojis? That's okay. You are pensive. You are self-policing. You are temporarily confused. Because You've never given yourself a gift before. I'm trying to get you from the sofa to $5,000 via 30 shares, risking $0. 30 shares getting more than that, Larry. No, 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 no. Fuck that. Fuck that, Neil. No way. No, 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 no. Thank you for telling me to tell you fuck you. No, 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 no. Okay. Gains by the thousand. Yes, very temporarily confused. Look, you're hurting people, Neil. So you're just doing 30. Okay. This is what we're doing. Is we're watching a random Chinese guy who's incredibly specific say this is a problem. Problem. You've never watched a video and financially gotten $28 better. You've watched a video that suckered you into ordering DoorDash because you watched a video on making tofu, and then they dip the tofu in some brown magic Chinese sauce, and then if you looked up the ingredients, you'd have to spend $50 just for the ingredients like hoisin sauce, black soy sauce, yellow soy sauce, rice vinegar, and you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna get DoorDash. So you watched a cooking video not to make a $45 dish that they sell at PF Chang's. You watched the PF Chang video and were like, let's try to get Larry to change 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK to 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, because you guys haven't even used Grok 4, because nobody's come up to me and said, hey, I did the email publish post thing and somebody's going to buy my website for $2,000. Like, nobody said that. That's what you're doing. You're selling that website, that Solana website, and you're going all of it into GNS. And if you don't have a Fidelity account, you got to register the shares at ComputerShare, which is also day 28, ComputerShare. This is even more money for me. You can just relax because it's just more money for me. This is going to be hilarious. So, ComputerShare, it's a place that does share transfer, share registry. It's a Wall Street thing, and they host the best parties that are super educational. I messaged them, hey, I'm the VC, can I come? And they're like, you're Larry Chang, you can totally come. It was at Hotel Zaza, and it was 3 days. October 1, October 2, October 3, 2023. So I take notes and I'm like, wow, this agenda, this syllabus, I can do it into a 5-segment agenda. Because get it? I'm really good at taking notes. I'm really good at taking notes. I'm really good at taking notes, right? Really good. So, this is what happens when you get good at taking notes. Gonna pee. Gonna also mute the microphone. map out the agenda, and then map out the agenda, and then we find out that April 24 to April 26, Stanford Rock Center of Board of Director Governance rips my exact agenda off. After they rip me off bullet point by bullet point for all 7 bullet points, they decide to block me. But they block me not remembering that this is Elon Musk's block, which is after you block me, I can still see all of your X posts. After you block me, I can still see all of your tweets. They paste copied it from AI, and AI got all the points directly from me. I busted them. They didn't even say sorry. After they stole from me, which I want you to steal from me, they didn't even say sorry. By blocking, now I get extra confidence to do Web 12. Now I get extra confidence to do Web 12. That's what you guys should be doing, because look at how much time I spend. Look at how much time we spend together. All of these web thoughts, all of these Web 2 social media thoughts need to be interpreted into a web page. You don't know how you're going to financially benefit. All you're doing is investing 2 hours, and then after the 2 hours, you're going to invest 5 minutes. And then for that 5 minutes, it should pay off 4 hours. Let me go over that math real quick. You watch me for an hour, you spend 2 minutes doing the web page. Maybe 10 minutes because you're slow and illiterate. But what you're doing is you're getting significantly better video to video. So you watch for 2 hours, you spend 5 minutes with a post, you should make 8 hours. You should. You should. You should. And it's easy, and you don't have to spend any money doing this. I'm not asking you, and you know what? You can sell this. This is stuff that you could sell for $1,200 a week. But that would require you to leave zero. And then your house, you're going to have like 7 sofas because you're going to be taking your payments in sofas. Oh my God. Oh my God. So when I started Duck 9, I saw everything as credit card commission. So when I saw whatever I wanted, I'd be like, oh, that's going to take X amount of sales. And then Shelby Sapp said the same thing about selling pest control. And then I was like, that's, you guys should write the book, The Unofficial Hot Girl Sales Bible, Unofficial Shelby Sapp. Oh. Peeing, things I used to think. I used to think that going pee loudly in a girl's place was something where I needed to mitigate the splash, not the splash, the entry into the water. Because when you enter it into the water harder, it actually splashes less. The whole problem with splash is where you try to bank it or you try to put it in as lightly as possible. You should just dump and release the pelvic floor. Well, your map, okay, so when you say that, that's the question that is on your text message, is that your map sucks and you refuse to map. So what you're saying there is because you refuse to map. There's a thing on a website, it's called a site map. Don't feel bad that you didn't go to college. Feel bad that you can't map. Does that make sense? Larry, being that webpage I'm creating is about CryptoBase, would you make it 100 everything about crypto? No, because Duck 9, granted, all of it is deeply understood capital knowledge, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understood Chinese knowledge. There is some stuff that seems like it's not those three things, but then it kind of ties back into it. So I wouldn't worry about your site map being, I don't know if I'd be giving 2 girls 1 cup type of content. Me, I can, because that's deeply understanding sea knowledge. Maybe. Actually, it is. It's chapter 7, bang less, get ahead. What they don't teach you at Stanford Business School, chapter 7, which is if you're spending 5 nights a week doing 3-ways, your business is probably suffering because all you're doing is juggling vagina. Number layer 2, layer 1, day 28. Why did nobody else put this in the comments? Day 28 of the 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK is also chapter 28. This is the whole entire value of this video is right there, doing chapter 28 for Limitless. You should be sending me pictures of your notes. This is layer 1 venture capital putting 3 dates together. So today is the 18th, connected to the 28th, which coincidentally is Black Friday, and that was lucky. And then connecting that to chapter 65, which is load and explode. No, see? No. Your map is sloppy, you're sloppy. No, it's day 28 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. I'm not frustrated, okay, I am. But there are only 26 days in the hashtag. This is bonus, that's why it's funny. It's called day 28, hashtag 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK. Do you see how if we were in a football huddle, you'd be doing hashtag 28 and we'd be doing hashtag 26. And then Tom Brady would be like, we should just cut him because he made one mistake one time. And then you'd be like, Larry Chang's such a racist. I ran the wrong route because I'm a retard. Well, don't drive and type because then you might die. What are you doing, dude? Painful. Painful. Woke. Can you ramp me up? People actually say this. Can I get on a call with you? Woke. Can I waste more time of your time? What do you know that other people do not know? Ooh. All of my content is helping you know what I know so that way other people don't know it yet. You financially benefit. I thank you for your comment, but it hurts me more to put you in timeout. But you being in timeout will help you, therefore come back better after your timeout. What more? Oh, want more that you put in? Oh, do you want more than what you put in? This is everybody. Everybody wants to take out more than they put in. This is why my YouTube feels different because I put so much in and you can't figure out what I'm taking out. I'm telling you what I'm taking out, which is I got significantly better at networking because I had no idea so many people lie. I had no idea so many people were this paralyzed. I had no idea that keyboard confidence helped me understand that if they don't have a keyboard, they're not as confident, because when you talk to people without their keyboard, all their confidence is gone. Ditto whether or not they're using their real name, because in the real world, they're barely their name and it shows. And then when you Google them, there's nothing because people lied to you and said, oh, social media, it's going to keep you from getting a job. Just be careful, that social media. And what did I do with social media? I knew that Web 2 was all bullshit, and I used people's keyboard confidence against them because I knew that Web 12, I just knew that Web 2 was shit. And try to have a 5.0 Yelp rating. Try to have nobody hate you. Once retards who are losers hate you, and the winners who read the same thing love you, then you've aced Web 12. You actually want to have negative reviews. Why? You're no longer a robot. You actually want to have real feedback of, I can't believe Larry Chang's a co-founder of South by Southlawn with Barack Obama. I hate that guy. Okay, cool, whatever. Or, I try to sleep with him. He's gay. What? Sarah Park, Lisa Kim? I told you. I just met you at 8:25, okay? The party started at like 7. The party started at 8. And you want to leave to fuck right now? Come on. I just got here. Palo Alto was like 35 minutes away. And now you want me to just leave and fuck? Granted, you're hot, and I can't believe your boobs are anti-gravity, okay? You've got great boob game. Terrific. Can we just fuck at 11 instead of 8:20? Please? Oh, you're gay, and I'm going to write a Quora about you. I'm going to write Quora about you. What do you know that other people do not know? This is an entire channel that's basically answering that question. Now you know a bunch of shit that other people don't know. You should get rich. I want more taken out than what I put in. So energy in results out. The 3 laws of thermodynamics. Everything else is a psyop. Everything else is a distraction. Everything else is meant to convince you that it doesn't have to do with energy in and results out. This is a way to be energy efficient with your Yelp practice, your YouTube practice, or your Yelp practice. Can you network when you don't need something? I can. Can you? Because once you can, you become unstoppable, because then people are like, this helped me get better networking. Because people are like, oh, why? You must be doing a fraud here. You must be a scam. Thank you for telling me that you cannot network because you need something, right? You need something, you're not getting it because you can't figure out why I'm providing so much value, and you can't quite figure out what I'm getting out of it. What I'm getting out of it is I'm telling you how I'm getting better at networking because you guys help me here on YouTube Live. Unemployed. Can you speak at a conference unemployed? I have a video on that. In short, you want to find a person with a book at that conference, and you want to ask the person with a book questions while purchasing some single-digit number of copies, aka you buy 5 books, you offer to give away 5 books, and then you interview the speaker the night before they officially speak. So if they're speaking December 12 at the Ritz-Carlton for Cantor Fitzgerald, on December 11 at 8:30 p.m. at the Ritz-Carlton in the hotel lobby, you do a podcast Q&A and you give away 5 copies of their book. Just so that way you don't have to go 5 books in debt. I will sponsor your book party by purchasing the 5 books. The way to give them away is that you say, if you show up, you get your $40 back and 1 free copy of the book. You don't just get a free book and then no show. You don't just get to RSVP, 80 people RSVP, and 30 people actually show up, and now you're screwed. It's just a small book signing with a podcast where you're asking 6 questions. You can even email the author. That's how to speak at a conference as an unemployed person. Getting better at networking. The number of people who are dishonest with themselves is ginormous. Me, I'm dishonest with myself in a different way, where I have on my Crunchbase profile, I run Silicon Valley with an IQ of 88. Prove me wrong. You can't prove me wrong because I'm running circles around people, not by thinking that I'm thinking. I'm running circles by helping people go from 0 to $80 because that is the most difficult component of this whole game.
makes you realize no matter what happened this weekend, you made some dog's life better where the dog doesn't have to step in fecal matter belonging to another dog. Let's say that's a little extreme. Something that is not extreme but is extremely impactful is this. Going to a parking lot near a dumpster and picking up trash in and around the dumpster. Why? Because when we turn around a parking lot and we pick up 3 pieces of trash, what we're able to turn around is the before picture and the after picture. Where before I met you, K-Jin, before I met you, you were dropping 3 words that you didn't think would get read. What we're doing is we're turning around this YouTube Live by holding ourselves to a higher level comeback better after your timeout. Because accountability and before and after. Before, the parking lot had 18 pieces of trash. You, on Sunday Fun Day, you picked up 3 pieces of trash, none of them belonging to you. Then what happens? Then what happens is this. You took it from 17 pieces of trash to 14 pieces of trash because you picked up 3 pieces of trash. Now, you might be trying to talk to the parking lot and say something like, yo, do you want to make some money? Or, yo, look, bro, I was just kidding when I was being a jerk before, aka a cunt. Do you want some money or not? Enjoy your time out. Enjoy your time out. Enjoy your time out. Since you are such a terrifically awesome guest, it'll be greeting you. Hey, Lily, how are you? Welcome. We are talking about Sunday Fun Day doing community service for 4 minutes in an entire weekend. What? Are you kidding me? Is it Albin? Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Albin Stevens? What's up? Why can I not pin your message? How are you? Is it Elaine or Albin? Albin, how are you? Community service for 6 minutes? Oh, 6 minutes is too long. Let's do it for 3 minutes. What? How can you do community service? I almost said customer service. Could you tell? How are we going to be able to do customer service for 3 minutes or 6 minutes? This is how. In a parking lot, sometimes there's 17 pieces of trash. We're not going to take a before and after picture because we don't want to do it for 4 minutes. But let's say we do. Before we picked up trash, the parking lot had 8 pieces of trash. We pick up 3 of them. We pick up 3 of them. And then what happens after we pick up 3 of them? Now there's only 8 pieces of trash. You like how that math works? Enjoy your time out. Come back better. Dee Dee says, Larry, thank you for all your time that you've taken to put these videos together. Wow. You're welcome. And I'm happy that we're able to kind of have a chill time during Sunday Fun Day community service for less than 5 minutes per weekend or per month. Why are we only doing a single digit number of minutes? What the actual F, Larry? Let's at least do it for 2 hours. No. This is why. You see, in the same way that I'm cleaning the trash of this room while not being desperate to reach a level. Why? You see, when you're desperate, people try to take advantage of you. When you're hungry and starved and trying to execute something, people try to take advantage of you. I didn't screenshot the content, but buddy, there's nobody watching you. Why are you talking to nobody? Question mark. Are you talking to your imaginary friend? 4 messages later and 2 timeouts later, look, I was joking. Do you want to make some money or not? What that is a abuser looking to bully while dangling a carrot, while telling me, hey, I've never come across your videos before. I'm going to victimize everything possible. I'm going to victimize everything possible. Sunday fun day, negatives and positives. Positives. We did a segment called 2 Girls, 1 Cup of Knowledge. That went okay. DD, what did you think of that segment? Two girls, 1 cup of knowledge. Cool story, bro. Cool story. Let's talk about your 24 sentences. Timed in perfectly to Julian. What's up? VP, great to see you back. VP, what is good? Rish the Fish, I like your hat. Hat game on point. JB, we are talking about 24 sentences within the construct of doing customer service. I keep saying customer service. Doing community service. What community service are we doing, Larry? This sounds like it's going to be amazing. I probably spent more time talking about it than I spent doing it, which is this. A big trash bag that isn't a trash bag, it's a big bag of food. But the people have no longer eaten the food. Now there's trash. The food bag doubles as your trash bag. Picking up 3 pieces of trash has a healing component to our soul. Because we're in a parking lot, and let's say there's only 1 large bag with maybe 14 pieces of trash, total, 1 mile parking lot. If we just pick up 3 pieces of trash, the delta that we feel is markedly better. And then sometimes we forget to take a picture where the before and after. Why? Because people love the before, people love the after. VP says, your hat is good, Larry. Thank you.
Wearing a hat indoors is just so whimsical. Oh, it sure is. Because it's a fashionable statement, but what also the hat does is it doubles for functionality because this is a sunset video. Normally it's a sunrise video. What's rising and falling is our attention to turning around a parking lot as we turn around a publicly traded corporation. As we turn around, one of the attendees of this room, which would be Julian. You see, Julian did something significant. What did he do? Julian decided to take action on two girls, one cup of knowledge. Because, and this might make me the most gullible person in the world, but I believed him when he said, OMG, I did a date, one girl, one book. That date was amazing. And then he further told me stories of, oh, I have 6 females that are cold opening me or messaging me. Cool story again, bro. This is the Sunday Fun Day component of this, which is hilarious on 3 levels. Level 1, being able to write 8 sentences. Oh, this is what I heard. 2 girls, 1 book. This is then the next 8 sentences, which is, I didn't have a date idea. This is what I attempted to try to make better, which is my dating approach. I brought a book. And then the next 8 sentences are, hey, I think that this could be a new franchise for me, which is 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge as a joke franchise. Why? Because we're having a good time